How's it going? How's it going? Oh, oh, that's the ultimate echo. There we go. Let's try that again. Hello. I hope everyone's doing well. It's Friday night and I'm about to go off. I've been working on my patchwork coat and it came out well. Godless double triple. Hi, Joyful Joy. How's it going? Hello, hello. Let me fix my camera. One of these days we'll figure this out. Oh, hi. How's it going? I hope everyone's doing well. It's Saturday night. And let me turn my volume up. As you can probably see over my shoulder, I kind of went off and I'm going to make the collar for the patchwork coat. It looks beautiful. I hope everyone's doing well. I have a ton to talk about. I have a ton to show off. I went to downtown again. But I swear next week I am not going downtown. I am not. Yay. Hello. Hello. Hi, Joy. Hi, Pam. Hello. Yay. Hello. Awesome. Awesome. And yes, Kilroy, this is coffee. I know you wouldn't call it coffee, but it is. I like to taste all three. Do you know what's really funny, Skids? When I watch it back on replay, I do that every time because it's on mute. But from my end, like music is blasting in here. Hi, Pam. Hello. Awesome. Awesome. You're driving. Be safe. It's been 0 days since Godless forgot to mute his. Do you know what's really funny? I need to order an extra one of those because I actually have one of those at my job. Days since the accident. I need to order one and just keep it at 0 around here. Oh. Awesome, awesome. I went downtown today and I had quite an experience with my newfound friends who absolutely love me. Do you want to talk about jump scares? Actually, no, I'm going to save that story for later. I'll save that story for later because it's an awesome story. But, yay. They make electronic signs like that now. Has a button to reset it back to 0. You see how old school I am? I get giant Cadillacs, I wish. Giant catalogs at my job. And it still has all the old school stuff in it. So I still get those that are actually plastic. But I went back downtown and had and if you can kind of see one of the rolls behind me, it was an experience for sure. Let me see if I can change the camera to show off the jacket, kind of. I'm actually really proud of it. I still have to make the collar and edge it, so we'll be here for a little bit. But if you can see it in the corner over there, I'll move it more forward. It came out perfect. I feel really accomplished, but you know, I think I just have to accept the fact that I'm a jacket maker. I'm still gonna add the collar to it, but the blending, the colors, everything came out perfect, and I'm going to. Thank you. That's you know what? And I will never in my life ever badmouth a quilter ever. This was so much work. This was an unbelievable amount of work, but I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. But quilting is hardcore, and I can see why people only have quilting channels. I was thinking about doing the whole LL Cool J theme of "Don't Call It a Comeback." Thank you, Joy. Thank you. And yes, Kilroy. Maybe it is the farewell tour. There's this joke in the UK that Elton John is on his like 6th farewell tour. And he recently had a farewell tour, and people were like, I don't believe you. Because, you know, when it gets good to you, you just keep going. And I get it. I get it. Thank you. Thank you. You know, recently, you know what? You should never, there's this saying, what other people's opinion of me, no, what is it? Other people's opinion of me is none of my business. And I made the mistake of looking on someone's page who didn't like me. And for everything that didn't hurt my feelings, it made me laugh because they were like, all he does is make jackets. And I was like, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Skits. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? I made the mistake. I made the mistake of because someone tagged me and I went down a rabbit hole and I didn't even look at any of the videos. I just kept on clicking on the comments and I was like, oh, hi, butterfly. Hello, hello. Awesome. Awesome. My patchwork quilt coat is coming out awesome. I'm about to make a collar. Do you know what's so funny? I had to bust out my iron. I even had to bust out my iron for this one. But it was awesome. It was worth it. Do you know what's funny? One of the reasons I didn't tape myself is because I knew there was going to be some blood, sweat, and tears in this one. And it was mainly sweat and tears. Quilting is not for the faint of heart or the impatient, because there was a lot of steps. Because usually I just cut my shapes, I line everything, and then I start sewing. But with quilting, you literally have to make the quilt first. Yay. My chats are hit and miss tonight. That's okay, butterfly. That's okay. My chats are hit and miss tonight. Oh, does that mean you guys aren't seeing all the chat? Oh, that's weird. There are pattern makers, there are tool and die makers, there are cabinet makers. You're a I felt really Doctor Who inspired too. I hope it's not StreamYard's just being wonky as usual. I can kind of see you guys on my sewing and ranting thing right here. All right. Mine aren't going through it. Sometimes I try. So I do not know. Should I make the collar? Should I keep going with the quilting theme with the collar? All my pieces are falling off. And I learned a lot of lessons. Like I made way more than I should. I keep getting errors when I send to chat. Yeah. StreamYards. Instead of, I've been streaming for a while now, and I can admit it, as a captain of Starship Sewing over here, StreamYards is my con. They've been really messing up because they were good for years and years. Well, I promise that I will highlight every comment. I'm a laundry maker. I am as well. I feel like I live in a hotel sometimes. I truly do. Says the guy who's like My washer's dying slowly, and it's making this creaky noise, but it's still going. And I'm just gonna keep using it until it dies. So my poor washer. I think it's the ball bearings, but it's almost cheaper to get a new one because the guy that comes out, his fee just to look at it is 175, and usually it costs another 175 to 2 or 300, and washer and dryers at Lowe's go for 300 bucks. Pam could fix it. If Pam lived any closer, I would bring it to her. We'll be here, Butterfly. I'm going to be here for a while because I have to make my collar. I should get started because it's going to take a second. Let me take my cool guy glasses on and put my, whoa, it's HD. It like legitimately takes my eyes a second to adjust. Maybe there's something wrong. Do you have an iPhone, if you don't mind me asking? Maybe it's something wrong with the technology. But with the cheap washing machines, you're on a treadmill of having to buy a new washer every year or two. The guy costs so much money that I'm like this because I have a Lowe's account, and so Lowe's will give me some deals. They'll work with you. But like anything else, you're right, Gilroy. Like anything else, it's one of those things. I waffle back and forth whether to I it didn't look cheap. I have two made tags. They cost a semi amount a while ago, and it's dying on me. My dryer's fine, but my washer's dying, so I don't know. All right. Maybe I should draft the collar first. See if they'll give you a deal on a nicer one that lasts longer. They probably will. Honestly, like right now Ford is begging me for my car. I get letters all the time of, hey, you haven't spent money in a while. Vegas is gonna send a bellhop and a bouncer to my front door like, hey man, did we hurt your feelings? They've been consistently sending me something every month for 3 years now. Because I used to spend a lot of money in Las Vegas. So they're begging me to come back. All right. Actually, I should draft the collar first. I need to measure the neck. I need to measure the neck of the coat. I should be an expert at this point. But every single coat is off. If you know what I'm saying, like I could say they're all a certain size, but they're like ballpark in that realm. Everybody I know who has a Subaru or Chevy truck gets letters from dealers every week begging for them to trade it in. They're because I get a lot of work done at the dealership, and they're like vultures. But they buy me breakfast. My dealership has a restaurant in it because they're smart. And they'll make you anything. Good old Ford. Good old Ford. I would say who it is, but they rip people off. Oh. Well, I should say the dealership does. All right, let's measure this. I hope everyone's having a great Saturday night. I have a crazy downtown Los Angeles story in a minute. Whoops, wrong button. Kilroy, do you think they're struggling for business? All dealerships are struggling for business? Because it seems like mine is because they're begging me. Or is that just standard practice? All right. So I'm going to call it 26, but I'm going to make it 28-ish so I can cut it down. So the real question is, should I use this? I was thinking about making the collar red because that's the new color I wear. Because like I've said a million times, I went almost 40 years without wearing red. I think that's strange that that StreamYards is lagging behind today. I honestly think it's half lack of business and half of the fact that the chips in the vehicles are getting to be worth more than the rest of it because of the chip shortage. Same. Mine are kind of honest. All right. I'm gonna make a mock-up collar first. Usually I make a mock-up and then I make my collar over the mock-up, and it gives it backing as well. And I'm gonna try not to cut my cord. Do you know one of the when I was thinking of this space, I don't know why I put a cord right there because eventually I'm gonna cut my phone cord. Hey, how's it going? Mo? Good to see ya. Red, I think. Yes, exactly. Red would look good. And I completely lined it with this material. Like I said, I never wore red for some reason, and it had nothing to do more than I watched too much MTV as a kid. That's basically what it was. And I kind of think dealers burn people with ultra high prices, so they're thinking to bait people back to see what their lower price is. Same. Do you know here? They're abandoned. There's no one at car dealerships. That's why I go, because they give me oil change cheaper than Jiffy Lube would. They give me oil change for like pennies on the dollar. And after a certain amount, they give me free oil changes, and it's often. It's not like every 10th oil change. So I'll keep going back. And like I said, they buy me. They literally make me breakfast. And when I say breakfast, I mean like chicken fried steak. They're not playing at my car dealership. Have a great day, Mo. We'll be here. Awesome. My on time at work is 4:30 in the morning. What? The world is much more peaceful place at 4:30 in the morning. Okay. Oh, wow. So today I made the mistake of going on the Hollywood freeway. I don't know why I did that. Thank you. I think it will look amazing too. And I have a ton of red left over from the lining. And because I got it so cheap, I have boatloads of it. But it's breakfast in bed. Seriously, Skits, my car dealership, it has like its own Denny's, but it's not a Denny's. It's its own entity. It's a restaurant. Part of it is facing the main boulevard, and the other part is in the dealership. And there, it is the dealership's restaurant, and it's a thriving business and part of the neighborhood. It's actually ingenious. Whoever thought of it. Okay, let me not hit my microphone. because you could kidnap me with breakfast. You could be like, hey, do you know the other day I was driving and I was like, do you know if I was driving and there was like a free Juki sign or free sewing machine, I would turn my car. I'm the guy that would get kidnapped. If there was like a free sewing machine sign, I'm the guy. I would chance it. All right. So I said I was going to go 28. Let me get my measuring thing. Did you get brochures with your chicken fried steak? Do you know what's so weird? Because I grew up in a I can't believe I'm admitting this. I grew up in a Ford family, so I've been collecting those things since I was a little kid. I love their brochures. Every single company goes off. Oh, did I break this? We're about to find out. I was pushing I was using this and it started making a weird noise. I forgot about that. Well, we're about to find out if it still works. But I haven't seen any good ones lately, and I'm really not gonna. I'm not gonna. If I buy a new car, it will not be a Ford. I know that's weird coming out of my mouth since I have nothing but Ford vehicles in front of my house, but I will not be buying another Ford because I've had so much drama with my Flex. But I will say they back up their warranties. I'll give them that much. I just downloaded the new episode of Futurama. Wow. Let me know if it's any good. I don't know if I have the emotional space for a new Futurama. What happened? It's not cutting. Okay, so let's go hunt in the drawer of lost dreams for the blades. Hopefully, knowing myself, they're right here. Oh, that shouldn't be in there. Oh, that's so sad. I have new scissors, though. They're just as sharp. Let me know if the new Futurama is any good. I can't believe I think I finally destroyed my Fisker's. What did I do? It's literally not cutting. That's okay. Like I said, I have the drawer of lost hopes and dreams right here. I wish Alibaba was here. I found my Lufkin. This is so old. This is before measuring tape. This is my Lufkin measuring stick. What would you call it? A measuring stick? Of course, I have a metal detector. Oh, there's real. That's real. That's how you know if your watch is real. I actually would have cried if that watch didn't come up as metal. Oh, fro picture, kind of bent. You can still get those rulers? That's awesome. I found it in a really old toolbox. Oh, come on. That's okay. Like I said, I have brand new scissors. That's just. I really want to know what I did to this poor guy. Oh. Yes, Kilroy. One day I will learn to turn down my cell phone. Cell phones. All right. All right, now that I took out half of that drawer looking for a rotary tool that is not there, it really makes me wonder what I did with the blades. All right, I will go look for them later. All right, let's finish this collar. Luckily, I went crazy at Walmart and bought these. They're extra sharp. And let's be real, I bought them because they were shiny. They were just shiny. And they were excuse me, they were cheaper than the Fisker one. Excuse me. Oh, right. Perfect. It is a lot easier with precision tools. Those cut right through that like butter. It's been a while since I've had like extra sharp scissors. Sad but true, Skits. Sad but true. I'm actually really glad that I bought these now because my rotary tool is just dead. The thing that's making me laugh is that it's not cutting at all. So was I pushing so hard that I dulled the blade completely around the blade? Yikes. All right. Let me switch angles so I can show the process. So is there anything crazy going on this evening? Is anyone making anything? How's everybody doing? So, like I said earlier, I made the mistake of in Los Angeles, we have signs everywhere, like the Tesla sign. Signs, like the Tesla song. Long story short, there's a freeway sign at the 5-170 split, and that is the Hollywood freeway. And I don't know what I was thinking because I used to live over there in every neighborhood over there, and the sign said 20 minutes, and I'm like, cool. So I get on the Hollywood freeway, and I was and I was stuck in traffic. And the funny thing is, it did take me 20 minutes to get downtown, but 17 of it was in traffic. And I forgot how hardcore the Los Angeles traffic really is, because I stay on the outskirts. I'm an outlander, and so because I stay on the outskirts, I really do not realize how hardcore the traffic really is every single day. I'm gonna look for my rotary blades really quick because this is gonna be hard without my blades. I guess not. That's all right. Roads would be great if there weren't for all the cars. Do you know it's because I'm always asking the A word, how many people live in LA? How many people live in LA? And I'm always shocked at the numbers. And it because it doesn't feel like it. Today on the freeway, it felt like I lived in a city of 10 million people. I get it. I get it. All right. So let's start let's start making the collar. Do you know, should I go for I am trying to go time traveler kind of epic. I'm gonna cut the top piece of this off and see how big it is. But I don't you're gonna watch the process because I cut the collar down depending on the size because there's a difference between like, wow, that's a cool 1970s collar and literally Bozo the Clown. Literally. There's a fine line. Let me move this microphone. That's a perfectly straight line. Do you know what? I can do this without a rotary tool. People have been sewing for how long? There's no way I'm going to let a rotary tool stop me. As my grandfather used to say, one monkey doesn't stop the show. But it's still kind of a mystery of what I did to my rotary tool. Okay, so let's flop this over. See how, all right. Let's start. Measuring helps. I shouldn't go full pirate, huh? Let me get my magic chalk. All right. So today, when I went to my favorite, I have a guy now. Like this guy, he's my fabric guy. I'm stoked. So every time I go downtown now, I go and see this guy, and it's been um, a good 3 weeks in a row. I've gone to downtown because I don't mess around. When I get into things, when I find a honey hole, as they say, I'll come back if you give me a good price. So I go there. Downtown is still it's still downtown. There's sketchy people, but in my mind, there's sketchy people everywhere. So I parked my car, didn't even think about it. I go into the place, and when I turn the corner, there's my guy, my sewing guy, and I don't know, 6 of his friends. Oh, let me get this accuracy. And they're hanging out, they're sitting there chilling, and they're drinking at 9:30 in the morning. Now, I am no one to judge anyone. But I turned the corner and they were pounding Modelo's. Keep in mind, it's in the middle of downtown LA. It's 9:30 in the morning, and even in my live and let live brain, I'm like, bruh, you guys, are you kidding? But downtown Los Angeles is a different planet, And quite honestly, the guy hooked me up, probably because he was so. But the guy completely hooked me up this time. But I try not to judge people, but they were getting slammed at 9:30 in the morning. And I mean, like, obviously drunk. Oh, come on. Modelos aren't drinking. Modelos. I'm not judging anyone, Kilroy, but personally, I prefer coffee in the morning. And working around heavy machinery, the guy's working around a roller. He could end up inside of that. See, I'm a Care Bear. I'm concerned for everybody. But I couldn't believe my guy was getting smashed. And now I know why I get such good deals, because probably no one goes in there. And I really think he gets the money, whatever, as long as he keeps the place open, he gets whatever money he gets throughout the day. Because he's giving me insane prices and an insane. I'm gonna show you in a second. This guy was definitely day drinking, and I'm trying not to judge, but like I said, downtown Los Angeles is a different planet. But him and his buddies were getting wasted, and it was 9:30 in the morning. And I'm not Father Absolution, nor am I a judge. But it's awkward. It was just awkward. That's too big for a collar, huh? Is that too big? Oh, you guys can't even. They don't have the angle. So what do you think? I didn't say anything, and when I showed up, he told his buddies, and that's another thing. Because I'm a rent ethnic, people do not realize that I speak Spanish fluently, but I play dumb. I sit there and I do this. I nod my head because I know that they think I don't speak Spanish. So, and this guy, I didn't speak Spanish too, so he has no idea that I speak Spanish. And he was telling his friends, like, it made me laugh because of everything that's been going on, and all of I'm on Twitter too much, but he looked at his friends and he said, that guy's real. No, this guy's real. He buys fabric. So it totally made me laugh and made me think of that meme of that girl who was like, that guy's not real. Yeah, I should take this collar way down. That's not even 1970s. That's like Scarlet Pimpernel. I should definitely take this down. Like I said, I'm not judging anyone at all. But like maybe I'm saying this out of jealousy, but he was getting wasted early in the morning. Sounds like he lives hand to mouth. So if he gets you to buy some more, he can buy a box of fried chicken. I hooked him up. I spent money. Like I spent money today. Well, not like just at his place, but at $2 a yard. Like, how can you go wrong? And I'm gonna show you. It's over. Oh no, the my coat's blocking it, and I'm taking forever with this collar because I do not have my rotary tool. But he was extremely grateful for my business. Hey, Commander. Well, I left, came back, and my mom went nuts, and she's thinking, oh, goodness, my computer wasn't destroyed. But they were. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. it's been that kind of day. And you missed the day drinking story too. But I have a question. Would you go into a business if you saw someone that was obviously day drinking? Would you partake in that business? And keep in mind, I am a care bear. So I'm like, oh, let's feel sorry for this guy. Is that big? No, that's definitely godless sewing size right there. Okay. So, all right. Let's wrap this thing even more red. I'm so sorry, Commander. And do you think because I try not to judge people and I do not judge people that I gave this guy a pass? Because like if I at my job, if someone shows up drinking, they're canned instantly. But I'm not, I'm not his boss, nor am I his judge. It's one of those strange things. I don't care if they're drunk as long as the product is good. If you're against going into a business with one of the employees is drunk, you can go into 7 out of 8 restaurants out there. True. Every bar here, there's some like the bartender's hammered and partaking with everybody else. True, and that's what I'm saying. When I saw him and his buddies were pounding, I was like, hmm. He's still my guy though, and I want to show you why. Like, matter of fact, since this collar is gonna take forever, I can feel it. Let's do I knew it. You caught me. You caught me. No, I'm having a midlife crisis. I went my whole life not wearing red ever. I went my whole life not wearing red, and I'm in my red era. I am in my red era right now. And it goes with today's theme. I'm adding a red collar on my coat. He's a member of the Blood Suburban chapter. No, never ends well for those guys. You know what's really funny? I'm actually addicted to watching documentary about people who are from affluent areas who do crazy things, And it just goes to show that it's not about upbringing, at all. All right. How's it going, Native? I hope you're having a great evening. Good to see you. I hope everything's treating you well. I hope life's treating you well. No, I just sit at home and live vicariously through everybody. I'm actually a real life soccer mom is what I am. Literally. All right. So today, when I went to the first fabric store, like I said, the guy was day drinking, and I mean breakfast drinking. I'm not judging. And I feel bad because when I showed up, all of his homies kind of disappeared. But so I went back for more Santee Alley fabric, and the guy flat out told me, he's like, I'll give you one heck of a deal. And I was like, what you got? So first, oh, that's right. And because I was watching way too much of the what is that song? Rah rah Rasputin. In the video, in the actual video that's on YouTube, the guy has a sequin cape. And I was sitting there and I was getting inspired while I was watching it. And so I'm not gonna make a red cape like in Rah Rah Rasputin. Oh, did I break it? No, not yet. I'm surprised I haven't broke that thing yet. But when I say that, like, the day drinking guy get, so now I know why he gave me such an insane amount of fabric. But I was watching this is all stuck on each other. I was watching the Rah Rah Rasputin video, and the guy had a sequin cape. And I said, you know what? I could do that. I could definitely do that. So I have 4 miles of sequins here. And it's super shiny. And I'm definitely going to go back to this guy, not just because he's day drinking and his math is always in my favor. Good grief, he gave me a lot. Good grief, this guy gave me a ton. And do you know, I keep on saying, oh, Santee Alley fabric. Really, it's just super tacky fabric. And I can't even say this without laughing, because today I hit the mother load. And now I have Rah Rah Rasputin stuck in my head. I asked the guy for 4 yards. He literally just gave me what was left on the roll, which is probably like 9 or 10. And he gave it to me for the same price that I would get 4 yards for, at $2 a yard. So for a couple of bucks, I got this entire roll of fabric, which leads me to believe that it probably has been sitting there since I was in high school. But now I have this massive amount of fabric. And keep in mind, every other flop is a yard. So there is a ton of fabric in here. I truly believe that. And he's been waiting his whole life for someone like me who loves tacky fabric. And I also, because I'm in my red era, let me get closer so you can see this. I guess I will do an impromptu fabric haul. This is a massive amount of fabric here. I mean, a massive amount of fabric. I can't even begin to explain. It's my height. Well, almost. But there's a ton of fabric here. And he was ecstatic to see it go. And I got this. I can't hang with the like $1.50. Do you realize, like, at a Hobby Lobby, I'll pay $7 a yard for this, and I got this for $1 a yard. I'm gonna make something amazing out of this. And this is the same stuff that you would buy at Hobby Lobby. This is the exact same stuff that you would get at any fabric store. But because I went to the wholesaler district, you know. Excuse me, and all right, so I finally got that giant thing of sequins, and I don't know if this matches. I went back and bought more yellow. And when I say, I mean, I bought a ton of yellow. I'm definitely going to add more colors in my wardrobe. I'm really thinking about going full suit with the pants and the jacket and everything. So I needed more yellow. But that's more of a future plan. And the funny kicker is, I don't know. I do not know if this exactly matches the other yellow. So I'm going to have fun trying to figure that one out. And because Pam has completely inspired me, I went and got more denim because I'm gonna make overalls. But this is the exact same denim that I got 3 weeks ago. But I'm definitely gonna make some real hardcore overalls because all the overalls I've made are of this kind of material. I need something that I can wear on a tractor, something I can wear to work that are still awesome. So I went off today when I was shopping for fabric. Make a yellow zoot suit with purple accents. Make ooh. That's not a bad idea. I bought a bunch of purple to line this coat today. A bunch. And I might have some left over. But I should finish this coat before it takes me 6 hours to Where are we at? Oh, I've been yakking for an hour. But yeah, I got that huge thing of sequins. I got all of that for a killer price, and I can't believe that I got all of that for such a good price. And that's the problem about going downtown is that thank you, Pam, thank you. I am so stoked. Look at how much I am so stoked. And I've been dying for like a super tacky print because I'm going to make a full 90s bodysuit. I'm gonna make hammer pants now. I have a ton of plans for that. And the yellow's inspiring me to go off. But let's be real, it's because I've watched the Janet Jackson All Right video a million times. So now I want to make a Cab Calloway suit. And for anyone who doesn't know Cab Calloway, please look him up. And you'll fall down an awesome rabbit hole of music. All right. You know what? I am going to keep this collar red. Let's get some stuff to stiffen it up and wrap it. I think like anyone else, I save all of my scraps, even the ones that are like kind of shards. So I have a ton of material to work with. Let's see if that fits, or I have to get the other piece out. So it was definitely an experience. And when I went back to the other shop where I bought the yellow at, they were so excited to see me. I got another hey, let's be friends discount. And they gave me a really good price. Oh, I completely forgot while I'm cutting this. And I found Minnie the Moocher. Oh, they love me now. They love me there. I have made some friends. And let's be real, it's because I spend money. Let's be real. That's why they're like all happy to see me. Even the guy who was day drinking told his friends, like, no, this guy, he's the guy. It totally made me think of that plane lady. Because he was like, no, he's real. And I was like, oh, don't make me a meme, please. I'm already a famous Karen. But it made me think of the plane lady. I should take that down a little bit more. And I also found, oh, I did forget my disclaimer. I also found the patch district. Yes. And I actually have a lot to say about that. As we all know, Amazon hikes their prices up, and I know this, and I pay absorbent prices for everything, and I'm not saying that I'm not part of the problem, because I am part of the problem. But today I went to the whole sales district, and I was exploring. I mean, I went through every street, and I know downtown really well, and I found the Patch wholesale district. Um, I know I was getting ripped off for certain patches, not the specialty ones, because the specialty ones, you have no choice but to pay high price. But there, I'll show you in a second once I find my disclaimer. There were actually two particular back patches that I purchased today that I realized that I am getting completely ripped off on Amazon for, and I shall never order this style of cheap patch again. But here at the Godless Sewing channel, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal view and do not reflect the opinion of every human being on planet Earth. I hope everyone has a great evening. And here in Godless Sewing Airlines, we have exits on both sides. And if you don't like it, that's a izquierda or derecha. I hope everyone has a great evening here at Godless Sewing Airlines. So, okay. So there I was in the wholesale district of downtown Los Angeles, and I found this. I went a little crazy at the pad shop, which is a shock to no one. But, I'm dropping patches. Okay. This online goes for like $20. I got this for $1.50. I will never see. I'm glad I didn't order this online because I knew I was getting ripped off. I got this for $1.50 in downtown Los Angeles today. And I'm not even giving away secrets. I hope people find this place. I love back patches. That's why I love giant patches. I order patches, all kinds, especially the weirdly cheap ones, because I love the novelty behind it. I recently paid $20 for two, and they got shipped. And I'm one of those neurotic people that watch my shipment being tracked all the way from China, all the way to Long Beach, California, all the way to my house. And for $20, it came to my house within 2 or 3 weeks. I purchased this cat patch of same quality. The deal was, hey, Alibaba, I was wondering where you were. You missed my giant roll of fabric. I'm going to show it to you again. Ordering online used to be cheaper than real life. Now it's the other way around. So true, Kilroy. I'm so mad at myself. And you know what? I'm not even like here to harp on Amazon because I'm the shrub who's participating because I obsessively purchase things on Amazon. So it's I'm not even shaming Amazon. I'm more doing this to shame myself. Hey, Alibaba. So I got not one, but two. Right meow. I got two of these for $5 when I bought two patches, which coincidentally have disappeared in this room somewhere. I've been searching for them over a month, so they're officially lost. But the same quality, and they probably came from the same factory. I got these for $5 in downtown Los Angeles. I walked in there, I was like, I am never buying a patch off of Amazon again. And y'all think I'm playing when I say in downtown LA, Godless is in and I also, it's funny, I made a friend too. She was impressed with people are really impressed with my Spanish because I try. And I went off because I spent like $17 in that place. I bought fake tags off of fake designer. I bought fake designer tags. Oh, where'd the other one go? Oh, here it is. These are fake designer tags. And I thought this was the strangest thing on earth, but in all of the patches, there was a box of these. And they didn't have any other flag or anything. Or maybe I was so overwhelmed I wasn't looking. So I bought that for 50 cents. Where I've purchased patches for a half of this size for $6 or $7. So I got this for 50 cents. I thought I had another one, but I probably did not because I was so hardcore about the giant. Oh, that's right. There's another bag, but I'll save that. So needless to say, I went off in that shop. And I will never buy a patch on Amazon again. Well, as far as like the really weird cat ones. I have all kinds of crazy patches like this. And I might put this on the back of a pair of overalls. Oh, I was so mad. But you know, you live and you learn. Oh. But Alibaba, I got this entire roll for less than $10 if you really think about it. Because if I factor in the price with the Seacon one, I got this for less than $10. And it's a metric ton. Oh, boy. Oh, God, the sewing. Why did it take you 6 hours to finish a collar? But I'm actually really proud of my patch coat, too. I've been sewing my face off lately. And like I said earlier, I will never, ever say anything bad about quilting ever again. It's an art form. It takes patience and all kinds of things that I had to acquire in order to finish this project. So in no way, shape, or form will I ever say anything about quilting again. That's detrimental. Thank you. Thank you. I love bag patches like that because I love wearing a vest and people are like, oh, that guy, what is it? What the heck is wrong with that guy? And then they like turn around and they see I have a cat patch. I'm in my cat patch era too. I have quite a few cat patches. Enough to make a whole biplane. You guys are going to be giving interviews when I jump out of a plane. You're going to be like, that guy was crazy. Or a Goodyear blimp. I'm going to make a whole line out of that. I have a ton of ideas. And everybody's getting swim trunks for Christmas. I'm not even, if my son's listening, everybody's getting swim trunks for Christmas. But I was really kind of laughing at myself at the price because, you know, we all get ripped off depending on what we're buying, where we are, you know, because it's supply and demand. But I knew because I live next to the place where, like, I was not kidding when I said downtown LA has everything bootleg you could possibly think of. And it did not disappoint today. And that's what I was looking for. I still have not found my fake Fendi, though. I will make a fake Fendi bag. It's kind of. Yes. It's very polyester breathish. It breathes. Yes, it is kind of stretch material. It reminds me of swim trunks or like a almost wetsuit, but not quite. I have to cut that down before. This does take forever without a rotary tool, but I'm glad I have really sharp scissors. You can call it Wendy bag instead of Fendi bag. I was looking for the fake Prada, call it Fada. Because they used to have rolls of it out, but I can see how because downtown's changed. Because a lot of my references, let's keep it real, are from 20 years ago when I lived there. And so because my references are from 20 years ago, I have to remind myself that maybe the laws have changed. Maybe people got busted for selling fake Fendi because that stuff was everywhere. But, times change. I haven't seen any of the huge rolls like I used to, which I'm still on the hunt for. And the funny thing is, if I advertised it as, hey, this is faker than a $3 bill, people would still buy it. Oh, all right. Instead of FUBU, you can buy. I'm telling you, like, you could buy anything fake in downtown. I'm really not into labels though, and that whole like supporting that industry in a weird way is supporting a lot of bad things. So I try to stay away from that, and if I can buy their bootleg stuff, I will. But I would never. I'm one of those people. I couldn't. I'm not a Gucci guy. You would never catch me wearing Gucci or anything like that. Or I don't know. It's just not my thing. Do you guys wear designer clothes? I have so many questions now. I have like designer stuff, but I have like I got a suit at Steinmart. I got like a Nautica suit. Although it was semi-expensive, it's not like I know someone that had a bunch of Italian suits, and you could definitely see the difference. Definitely. I'm not snobby in that sense where I'll wear anything. It's one of those strange things. Some people are into labels, some people aren't. Years of buying my clothes in Goodwill has put me off on being focused on labels. Same. Are you kidding? I'm obsessed with denim. And in one of my early videos, I was like, shout out to all the 90s moms, because I would buy denim in these giant bales and I just put a shirt on, not even realizing the buttons on the other side. If it fit me, I would wear it. I have a couple of designer stuff, but not much. Price stops. I have one really expensive watch and I would never wear it because I'm such a goof and I break stuff. I would feel bad if I broke that watch. So it's weird. It's really weird that way about expensive stuff. I have vintage stuff that's considered expensive, but it's either something I scored or a hand-me-down from a relative. I have a lot of Pendleton, like a lot of like 1970s Pendleton stuff that still holds up. Oh man. And also, I'm not trying to get too hardcore into it, but like, people destroy their environment so that we can have dyed fabrics and stuff. So I try to avoid certain brands and certain labels because fast fashion is like weirdly destroying the planet, says the guy who compulsively sews. But I wear everything or sell most of the stuff. All right, this collar is coming together. I love that feeling of completion, but I still have to line the coat. But at least with the collar on, it'll have the look. All right. Do you know what really trips me out is that people live downtown. Downtown Los Angeles has been completely gentrified, but they're paying like $7,000 or $8,000 a month to live next to live next door to Skid Row. I still find that the weirdest mix. When I was driving through downtown today, I look at people's shoes, and if you're wearing Balenciaga or Fendi or the real ones, I know you have money. And it's just so strange to see people walking around with like $400 or $500 pair of shoes on next to a homeless encampment. Crazy prices for living there. That's true. That is true. That's how I felt until I went downtown today and saw the price disparity. It's crazy how much cheaper fabric is downtown. It's just absolutely insane how much cheaper it is. Oh, look at how accurate these scissors are. Oh, right. I can take that down at least another inch. So now that there's a few people in here, I have a question. I destroyed my rotary tool. When I push down on it, it doesn't even cut. And I'll find my replacement blades in a minute. But what did I do to my rotary tool? It literally will not cut. It will not cut. I'm embarrassed. Do I push too hard? And yes, I was using my scar table that I drag around this house, drag around the garage. Well, what you said on those prices, I'd love to get that price myself. It's crazy. The prices are just crazy here. Using it on a hard surface, would that really dull the blade to the point where it's not working at all? I have dulled the blade until the point where it is just muerte. It's kind of embarrassed that I destroyed a blade that way. It's kind of a rookie move. Am I pushing too hard? All right. My replacements are around here somewhere, but I feel like a rookie for completely destroying my rotary tool like that. Okay. Or you rolled it on an abrasive surface and the surface that was too hard for the blade. I might have done that. Do you think the repetition of putting it over and over and over on a Rubbermaid table could do that? Because I was going hardcore making this quilt. Like I said, I really respect quilt makers now. Anyone who makes a quilt, I will never say a crossword for as long as I live. I respect the quilting process. It has kicked my butt. It's definitely an art form. Quilting is definitely an art form. Use it on a damn folding table. You probably wrecked the blade. I have to find the replacements. There's a gaggle of them in here somewhere. It's a mess here in the alpha site, to quote Stargate. Self-healing mad is needed to keep the cutter sharp. You'll just need to go through so many blades. I have it here, but the problem is, like, I need one I can walk around with. I put that table in the back of my truck and take it to my job with me so I can cut fabric. Your rotary tool also could have been made out of mild steel, which would mean that it would be very easy to ruin the edge. Oh, I got it on Amazon. I'm surprised it lasted this long. That is tough plastic. I'm surprised it lasts this long, to tell you the honest truth. I'm rough on stuff. I am. I'll admit it. I am a bit rough. All right. Let's fold that corner. Perfect. It's and I rely on certain things, and then I use it over and over and over, and I do not have a backup. So I need to go get a backup, really. Because really, who has one when I should have multiple? Okay. So, collar's ready. And because it's a wacky coat, I'm not going to use red. Whoa, microphone. Because it's a super crazy coat, I'm not going to use red. I'm going to use whatever's in the sewing machine. It'll add to the Doctor Who motif. I was going for Paddington Bear, like poor guy. Hey, can I borrow? Wimpy. Can I borrow $1? But the coat kind of morphed into its own coat, and I'm stoked. All right. I hope everyone is all right. I've had an excellent day today. Put a mat on your neck and so true, Commander. That's why I do. I'm the sad guy that I carry my sewing supplies with me. I need a table I can destroy, and that mat's perfect. I'm just gonna go and buy a new rotary cutter. They do add marvelous things to plastic that make the plastic a bit tougher. I do need something like that. Can I borrow a yard? I knew an actual human that was like that, and he was nicknamed Wimpy to his face because he would constantly borrow things. And he was always in a better situation than everyone else, and he was just constantly borrowing things. All right. I have better posture today because I'm sitting low. I should go get my Fanley cup. I'll be right back. I need to hydrate. Oh, and can I say, get yourself a fake Stanley Cup. Stanley Cup for the win today in downtown Los Angeles. It was hot. I'm gothic, so I was wearing long sleeve. Stanley Cup for the win. I need to get some chicken in the air fryer. We have now entered the food portion of the evening. I hope everyone's enjoying their evening. What's this sorcery you talk about of an air fryer? Oh, I'm one of those extremely unhealthy. Surprised I didn't break that. Wow, you're kind of indestructible, buddy. Good for you. I still fry things in a pan. Oh. I'm an extremely unhealthy human. I still fry things in a pan. All right. I'm definitely going to have to do some machine maintenance after this. I have really beat this machine up. Perfect. Oh, poor guy, you are clicking. It's going to cut probably 20 years off of my life, but I'm obsessed with fried food. It probably will cut 20 years off of my life. Oh, dude. are you clicking so hard, buddy? This is what the machine sounds like after sewing for a couple hours. I went off today. I was really determined to finish this project. And I actually felt really accomplished when I finished it because it was not complete when I woke up today. Godless sewing, depending on the fabric, sometimes you need to be cleaned very often. I've really put this guy through the ringer today. I really have, Alibaba. I really have. Me too. I also like deep fryer. I'm obsessed, Pam. I have a deep fryer. Like I'm crazy. I try not to tell people about my diet because like my diet is extremely unhealthy. My son's the one who like, here, eat some okra, eat a carrot, guy. I still fry my french fries. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend Futurama wasn't rebooted. The whole first episode was a big Hulu ad. That's not a resounding why don't you come in and tell us, Skits? Why don't you join us and tell us? I got taken apart jeans, and that really throws the lint into the bottom mechanisms of the singer versus the feed dog. This is a baby lock, so I think I've really abused this thing today. It just needs to be cleaned out because that's what's happening. The feed dogs are slamming up against. You can hear it. You can literally hear it. But I'm so close to completion. I'm just letting it slide for right now. Sounds like there's a chopper over my house. There we go. Poor guy. I promise I will clean you when I'm done. That stinks about Futurama. Click clack, go the feed dog. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Do you know? Every time someone comes over to my house, they're like, "You make the best French fries," and I'm like, "I know." At my local grocery store, they sell giant bricks of lard, and I also cook in lard too. Where I'm from, that's people will look at you crazy because I live in the in vegan paradise. If you're a vegan, you would love LA. Don't move here. In my best Arnold can get the chopper. Oh, poor guy does need to be cleaned. I'm gonna give it a second before I do the next project. Okay, so we got the red collar with blue thread. Let's take the pins out. Do you know what's funny? I copy the diet that my mother and father had. You know, you copy the habits of the people around you. My parents fried everything. Everything. They were just from that era. And you know what? Even back then, we knew it was unhealthy. Click clack. Oh. At the Mexican grocery store by my house, they sell giant things of lard. But I had to stop cooking with lard because, well, actually, I still use Crisco for my cornbread. Just depends on what it is. Because that stuff, like, that stuff will truly shorten your life. But if you think about it, like, I knew people that grew up on that stuff and lived to be in their 80s and 90s, you know? But maybe they have a different constitution. Deep frying is too much of a pain in the ass. I have a deep fryer. I have a tiny Amazon one. I have a giant, like, let's flash fry a turkey. I have all kinds of fun stuff, but I do not like deep frying turkeys either. Oh, excuse me. And I have been there when somebody almost burnt a shed down putting a frozen turkey. I love lard. I buy the big same. You're gonna eat your cornbread. I am obsessed with I'm obsessed with cornbread, and you know it's so funny to me. It doesn't taste right if it doesn't have lard. But again, I'm biased. Like I'm very down home when it comes to what I eat. Last night, I was feeling froggy, so I made pigs in a blanket with fluffy biscuits, with the giant Pillsbury biscuits. Wasn't my proudest moment, but I made a ton of food last night. All right, let's put this collar on. Pam, did you get to lay with your new? Oh, did you get to play with your new FOF yet? Ooh, inquiring minds would like to know. Awesome. I always use lard when I make tamales. Oh, for real. For real. Anything else is a sin. I grew up my grandmother was from Chihuahua, Mexico. So I'm not judgy. Okay, and my dad was from Savannah, Georgia. So just in the way with like fried chicken and southern food, I'm not judgy, but I know what really good stuff tastes like. So I am kind of judgy when it comes to Mexican food and southern food, especially fried anything, because I grew up with such an eclectic childhood. Do you know what, Joy? I do the same thing. I type with both of my thumbs and I hit send way too fast. I haven't. Oh, I haven't done tamales this year. I thought you said you haven't ever had a tamale. I was like, where I'm from, that's almost an impossibility. Oh, Pam, I've been craving biscuits and gravy. I because I was craving biscuits and gravy. I made those giant pigs in a blanket. They were so good last night. But because I'm Captain Overload, I had this giant thing of nacho cheese in my fridge. So I made pigs in a blanket with nacho cheese. Because when I'm by myself, I am not the bastion of health. When my son's around, I'm like, you need to eat a salad. Add some kale on that. Never even seen a tamale where I'm from. That's an they're good and they go straight to your thighs. Haven't had them in years. They're so good. It's a Christmas tradition around here. We get a bucket of them. All kinds. They even have candy. Well, they call them candy. They're dulce. They're just sweet tamales. They're really good. The cinnamon ones. Oh, I'm craving tamales. Oh, I didn't try it, but unfortunately, the fancy stitch mechanism doesn't work. But the zigzag and the straight stitch works great. Pam, if you ever do a live, I could do some troubleshooting. And I know this guy. I know this person named Alibaba who they know everything that there is to know about sewing machines. I'm gonna start a segment and call it Ask Alibaba. I make turkey tamales. I make turkey flautas. That's the only thing I obsess over after Thanksgiving. My mom used to make them, and now they're so good. Pam, the cam stack pin and the linkage just need to be oiled a bit. I knew you would know. I knew that you would know, Alibaba. Well, Pam, you fixed a dryer. Do you know what's so funny, Pam? You inspired me. I know I talk about it all the time, but you inspired me that night. I was so taken aback because I'm scared of my dryer. I'm gonna have to buy a new washer because it's literally dying. All right. Oh, that's gonna look great. Let me get my pens. I gotta clean up a little bit. I'm like a pack rat right now. I have a ton of stuff laying around. And giant cat patches. All right. What did I do with my pens? There they are. There's my wandering phone. Dryers don't have bunches of tiny bits. I'm going to get the service manual and see if I can figure it out. I bet you can. I bet you can. Like, there is only one machine that I have ever completely destroyed to the point where it's not working again, and it was my fault. But I've had nothing but luck with taking sewing machines apart and putting them back together. Most people don't use their fancy stitches on a stack. And the stack gets stuck sometimes. You're not the only pack rat. I'm a pack rat. I am a hoarder. I am willing to admit that I am a real life hoarder. That reminds me, I still keep on threatening to go to my storage unit. I need to go there and clean it out to see if I have a link to that pan. Awesome. Awesome, Alibaba. I knew that you would know. I knew that you would know. Ah. Oh. I'm still kind of laughing that the guy that my fabric guy was blitzed, but why not? He was him and his friends were chopping it up. They were having a good old time. Why not? Live it up. I'm a teetotaler. I'm not gonna judge though. Or a coffee. Would I count as a coffee totaler? I can get a PDF off Etsy for the machine. Whenever I'm stuck on something, I ask Alibaba, because Alibaba is what I would consider a sewing machine aficionado and professional. A long time ago, someone I really respect, a YouTuber that has thousands of subscribers, called me his colleague, and I was like, wow. I actually felt honored. But really, I just take sewing machines apart and put them back together, and I get lucky a lot. And eventually I learned a few things. Oh, this is gonna look great. I'm a fabraholic. I am too. That's why today when I bought that and I got the whole roll, I was like, oh, here we go again. Here we go. I had an entire roll of pleather and it sat there for a long time. And one day I just went off. And now I have green pleather everything. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Ah, I missed. Now I just have here we go again on my own. Stuck in my head. Going down the only road. It's Saturday night. Why not? You get to sing, you get a show. We talk about dinner and you get a couple songs. Oh, all right. Like I always say, this is what I would be doing on a Saturday night because I'm one of those boring people who stay at home and sew instead of going out and causing more mayhem. All right. And I have glitter everywhere because I put something in the dryer, not realizing it had glitter on it. So now all my clothes have glitter. Oh, eggplant parm is amazing. You guys are making me hungry. Here I go. Oh man, I'm gonna be singing that all night now. I need some. I am a fabraholic as well. Sometimes I'm actually glad you said that because I guilt myself a lot. But like, um, I pay all my bills. I go to work every day. My child is well taken care of. These are the excuses that I tell myself when I'm standing in the fabric store. I think it's because I don't have a drinking habit, or I got to spend my money on something. Oh, eggplant parm sounds so good. All right, let me move my coffee. All right. I'm going to line this with purple as well, just to add the Doctor Who motif to this, just to completely throw everything off. I was feeling froggy, so I bought a bunch of purple. So I'm going to completely line this with purple. Especially on a project like this, when it's the color of everything, you can get crazy. All right. All right, Click Clacky. Oh, hold on. Actually, before I do any of that, you know what? Let's do some quick maintenance. Let's see if this helps the Click Clacky. Give it a quick blow. Eggplant parm freaks me out. Why? I was never an eggplant fan until it was presented to me in that way. Yeah, my manual is PDF and not linkable. You have no idea the pure amount of fabric I have is excessive, but then I still buy more when I go thrifting. You are in a safe place, Pam, because this is exactly what I say every time I buy a sewing machine. I'm like, well, oh, you know what? I completely understand. um, behind, I'm so embarrassed with the amount of fabric I have. I don't show it, and I'm a show off. I really buy fabric from fabric stores. Most is thrifted. Do you know, I honestly, like, I see people score heavy at thrift stores. Never happens to me. Never. Let me get my brush. And I save these artist brushes and I use them to clean my sewing machine, and they actually work to defluff a sewing machine. They work really well. All right. It's like the fabric, and if I like the fabric and it's very cheap, I get it. Can you not share the manual with me in an email? I have never seen fabric in a thrift store. Oh, I get Phoenix scores all the time. I see people all the time, like, because I'm in a million groups, like on Facebook and stuff. And I'm just like, where do you guys live? And I can see like in certain communities, people are quilters, people are fabraholics. Like I get it. Things move so fast. Oh, look at that. Look at all that fluff fly. Things move so fast around here. I guess I need to start going to thrift stores when they open. Okay, less clangy. All the ones I go to have tons. Just just in my area, oh yeah. I might as well replace you while we're standing here. Just in my area, I have a Goodwill within less than 3 minutes from my house. Like literally walking distance, it would take me like 5 or 6 minutes to get there. And then there's a ton of like charity shops. But I think there's a difference in America. When I say charity shop, the one I'm thinking of is the size of a grocery store. It's huge. And this bobbin is not wanting to move. Of course not. Of course not. Where? I see beautiful fabric for amazing price and just can't manage to pass it up. But then I get home and realize where am I gonna put it? Same. Let me see. Let me show off really quickly because this bobbin is just giving me drama right now. Behind these are giant casket flags, and behind them are stacks of sewing machines, and I have my recliner, my 300-pound recliner, and there's just fabric up to the rafters. So, like I said, no judgment here whatsoever. Is this bobbin crooked? I think it is. All right, buddy. I can't play around with you. This one works. We'll just use it until it runs out. Okay. Chucks. Maybe we can figure it out. Send it carrier pigeon. Canada isn't that far. If your house was on fire and you could only save one sewing machine, what would it be? This is gonna sound cynical. I would let everything burn because I'm fully insured. I am fully insured. I would say that I have nothing but antiques in this room. I have 2 big screen TVs, a bunch of computers. I'm in. That's a good question, Skits. I have a firebox and an earthquake box. I would grab that because it has all my important stuff. For as much as I covet everything in here, like if it disappeared tomorrow, I would just go get more. Nail it to the ceiling. That's a place to put it. My rafters are stuck. If I could lift it, I would get my industrial serger out. Sure, Gilroy problem, low ceiling, and my fabric is stacked. That's what I was thinking. Like, I have so much stuff in the rafters. If there's ever an earthquake live, you're gonna see me break the rules because I can't fit under my desk because there's cords under there. So I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run out of this room and hope I don't get hit by something in here. Oh, okay. Okay. Like I said, I've had quite a few Utah experiences. All right. Okay, sewing machine. I promise you, I've been really, really working you hard. Let's turn the light off for a second. But I swear I will take you apart and completely clean you when we're done. Yes, I'm talking to an inanimate object. right. Perfect. All right. Awesome, Mo. I'm glad you made it home. How far do you live from your job? Depending on the red lights and the green lights. Well, with all greens, I'm like 12 minutes away. But that's on a good day. With traffic, it's like 20 minutes. My town has changed. It used to be like 5, but there's a ton of people that live here now. Okay. And finally. All right. Okay, so this one's gonna be loud. I'm just warning you because this is going through quite a few layers of fabric. That's part of the problem too. And were you sewing? Did you sew anything? Okay. Okay. Let's try that again. I think the bobbin case is tired. It's not like I'm sitting in a room with literally hundreds of the same bobbin case. All right, let's try that one more time. Perfect. I can reach the ceiling in my craft space. You know what's really funny? I'm not scared to admit I'm 5'9". I use ladders for everything. I have a ladder. I carry a stool and a ladder in my truck. Well, it's part of my job, but like I carry a stool 4 miles with an electric bike. I miss the days when I lived in Hollywood. I lived in LA, like on 3rd and Loma, and I would walk into Hollywood every day. That was like probably the healthiest I've ever been. I was in my 20s. Needle change, I think it is. I'm like this close. Once I finish this, I'm gonna needle change for the ribbon. Ollie, if you can figure out how to email me the PDF, my email is on my about page and my channel. Everybody, please go subscribe to Pam. I love Pam's channel. I absolutely love Pam's channel. Just saying hi. I'm too tired. Mo, I hope you have a great night and thank you for stopping by. Thank you so much. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I know I'm really pushing you, but I swear I'll oil you and be real nice. I'll take you for long walks. I'll read you a good bedtime story. Oh, this is because this is going through quite a few layers. All right. Part of me wants to bust out my dressmaker because that machine is semi-indestructible. I don't know if I'm biased just because I'm obsessed with Japanese clones, but I never had this problem with my vintage machines. All right. But they were made to be almost industrial to a certain point. Almost. Perfect. Hey, Mo, okay, awesome. I don't think that machine likes pina coladas or getting caught in for the rest of the night. You like pina coladas? That is actually my jam. If anyone can tell, I don't like listening to sad songs. I'm not a slow jam kind of guy. I'm over sad music, so I listen to a lot of like happy, hokey, fun stuff, I will jam the Pina Colada song loudly and sing it. I love that song. Getting caught in the rain. Let's try this thing on. Well, I got to reinforce my seams first. Kilroy, you may not be my lawyer, but you're the official DJ. How about that? Are we going to get into? I have never or will ever be the Godless Sewing DJ. Getting caught in the rain. All right. Okay. Perfect. Kilroy, good man, attorney, I'm getting caught in the rain. There you go. You know, I always wanted the title of Private Eye because I grew up in that weird era where Dick Tracy was still relevant. Dick Tracy was actually an awesome movie. If you haven't seen the one with Madonna in it, it's actually an awesome movie. Hey, JL, hello. Getting caught in the rain. How are you this evening? How are you? My machine was like, there. That's what you get. Awesome. Hello. Awesome. All right. So, okay. Still has a little bit of maintenance to go. Oof. That folded, but it's starting to look beautiful. And with the collar on, it's almost Doctor Who-ish. We're doing great. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying my Saturday night. Had way too much coffee before the start of the stream. There's still PIs. Let's solve the exciting thing and more. See, this guy's actually stays in his wheelchair. I could do that. I love coffee and fast food. And I have a big giant cab in my truck. I could totally be a PI. I was actually watching a story on this weird podcast I watched where this woman was talking about because of her unsuspecting look, she's really good at being a PI. Because people never suspect her as being a private investigator. I still have to pin in this a little bit, but I still have to edge it too. So I love the giant 1960s collar. That's kind of a weird obsession of mine. So that's a mainstay here in the house of sewing. Okay. Does that look time travel-ish? Time travel, would you believe? I watched a ton of Doctor Who as a child, and Colin Baker was one of the greatest actors that Doctor Who ever had, with one of the worst scripts because it was the 1980s. He fought a literal cookie monster, a literal monster that was a cookie. But he was like a real Shakespearean actor. And I just have Pina Colada stuck in my head. Thank you, Kilroy. Huge collars do rock. I watched on Netflix. There was this anime called Harlock the Destroyer, and Isaiah would obsessively watch it, and that's what started my obsession with capes. Oh, oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Hold on, where's my big hat? Now I'm ready for time traveling. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know patchwork is 9 times harder than I thought it was? Like I said in the beginning of this stream, I beyond respect quilters. If you're a quilter, I respect you because this took hours upon hours to make. And I still haven't even lined this coat yet. But this took forever to make because usually by now I would have 2 or 3 items. If you notice, like when I sew, I'll sew 2 or 3 things because I go off every time I turn the machine on. This took a while. And I was kind of reluctant because I didn't know how the patches were going to come out. But they came out. And you know what? I took everyone's advice and I ironed. I wasn't lazy about it. And I love how it looks. So sometimes if you follow the instructions, it comes out. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, JL. Thank you. Thank you, Alibaba. I'm obsessed with the big collar, but that's because I'm from that weird Marlboro Man era. All right. I knocked over something. Oh, I knocked over my stormtrooper. So I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll start lining it. I am in love with my, like, I'm probably going to make another one. I love the quilt design. And yes, Kilroy, this is the Mimi GR11 407 reunion tour. I got the band back together for one more hit. Thank you, Alibaba. Oh, you started with quilts. I have a failure of a quilt that I hang behind all my computers to remind me to never give up. Things work out better with pressing. So true. So true. And I think that's what got me last time is that I didn't press it. So it just wasn't like, it didn't impress me much. It did not at all. So I'm so stoked. And I bought, because I'm a Walmart-aholic, of course I buy too much of everything. So I'm going to line it with purple because why not? Color. Why not? I keep on looking on my security camera because I can hear all the neighbors. But people in my neighborhood are awesome. They pick up after their dogs, so I'm not going to judge anybody. I am so stoked on how that coat came out. It took it. Oh, it looks professional to get me to press. Oh, it took professionals to get me to press too. Do you know what's really funny? My parents were like, I don't even know how to explain this. My mom hated ironing. So if you wanted anything ironed, you had to do it yourself. So I learned because I went through this weird, like, there was a store back in the 90s. It was called Structure. And I would wear Structure because I thought I was cool, but really I was just wearing East Coast yuppie clothes. Awesome. I wanted to get it done. I asked and they said I must press to get a better look. It's true. It's true. Like That's why I need to start using my serger more. Let's be real. Like I said in one of my first videos, the difference between your clothes looking professional and not is a serger. Because quite honestly, if I'd used a serger, I wouldn't have to use this. Let's be 100% here in the House of Sewing. Pressing is for the weak. just throw the fabric through the washing machine like a real American. Through the machine like a real American. Oh, I took, what's funny? I probably would have been done an hour early if I didn't sit around and complain about how I had to iron. I did. I called like two people, and the second person I said, you would have been done if you hadn't called me. And they were 100% right. And I know you're watching. Oh man. Seriously. I am so stoked on how that coat came out though. It could have been a complete disaster, and there was a couple times I thought, but when I pressed, everything laid flat, and I'm like, okay, I had to trust the process. Just like I tell people when you're making because I use a lot of math when I'm making my patterns. Trust the process. I promise you it'll come out. I love to serge the edges of my fabric. I need to start doing that for everything. I've fallen to these weird piratey ways of sewing. But oh yeah, I have to. What happened to you, poor guy? All right, let's take care of this sewing machine really quick. Oh. I should wind a bobbin because that other one is just not wanting to cooperate. Actually, where's my box of lost bobbins? Oh, and I also got this. This is an actual patch. And what people do is they like sew flowers. There were a ton of these. I'm going to go back to that patch shop because it was awesome. But I'm going to replace this on one of my godless sewing vests. Actually, you can see it from here. The one I'm going to cover up Jesus. And I'm going to put my buddy on here. This is an awesome patch. I'm telling you, it was every kind of patch you could possibly think of there. All right. Thank you, Skit. I went off in that patch shop. I went off. It's been a long time since I've been caught off guard. I was way caught off guard when I went in there. I always talk about how downtown is overwhelming, but the truth is, it just has a giant selection of stuff. And because it's wholesale, I'm getting the real price, and they're making money off of it. So that means they're getting it 5 cents to the dollar. I still have yet to walk into like I should have bought stuff like this downtown, but the stores are so overwhelming that it's intimidating at first when you walk into these places. All right, plugging this in would help. They thread the paint with flowers. That's actually like a printed patch, and the lady was actually working on one. They take like models' faces and anyone who's wearing like a floral pattern on their head, and they sew flower patches on it. It's actually really, really awesome. I've seen it done before. I just didn't know where they got all the stuff. And now I know where they get everything. But like, I'm gonna cover up Jesus's face because I'm not angry anymore. So I'm gonna cover that up, and I'm gonna put my friend there on my godless. So do you know what's funny? Like, I'm always worried. Like, oh, should I wear my vest? Every time I'm worried about a vest, I always end up getting that. Hey, man, I love your vest. Every time. Every time someone walks up to me, oh, and that's right. The woman at the patch shop was like, I love your vest. And that's what started up the conversation. Because she's like, oh, you make that? And I'm like, yeah, I made all of this. So I made friends. Oh, that's a fabric, a lamp. Not a fabric, a lance. I have a bunch of thread up by that television, and I just heard some fall like dominoes. That's going to be a mess later. They threaded paint flowers. Do you actually patch over patches? Yes, but I'm going to take the Slayer. As you can see from here, oh, there it is. I'm going to take that Slayer patch off. Jesus is going to get covered up. But I'm taking the Slayer patch off. I'm going to put it somewhere else. That's more or less to troll my mom, because whenever she sees me with the Slayer patch, she rolls her eyes and she's like, really? Really? 30 years later, you're still wearing that? I love that reaction. Especially when she sees a new one. All right. Let's take this. Oh, you are stuck. Okay, good. You came out willingly. Good. Yes, I patch over patches. Depending on what it is, but yeah, a lot of my like the jacket I used to wear all the time that got ratty, that is one patch built on top of another, on top of another, on top of another. But it just got ratty over time, and I've been wearing it for many years. It's older than my son. All right. Poor guy. I have really trashed you today. Really, this machine needs to be completely stripped down, oiled, and maintained properly, because I am getting mass amounts of use out of this thing. And this is exactly how I killed my Husqvarna Viking, was by just being willy-nilly and letting the fabric fly, as they say. Oh. You've got layers of patches like old houses have layers of paint. Yes. Yes, especially the godless one that I used to always wear all the time. That has at least 17 to 18 years of like, I'm going to change that. And I just would sew on top of it and sew on top of it. I've had that for a while. All right. Let's see how. Let's get a scrap piece. See how this worked out. Actually, let me turn that inside out. Do you know what's really funny? With these pieces, all my test pieces, I use them for patches for old pairs of pants. So I let nothing go to waste around here, even my test pieces. Oh, that sounds beautiful. And you're not click-clacky either. Not as click-clacky. Oh, yeah, you are. Well, not as. Archaeologists will be able to age goddesses' vests by the dating layers. So true. Thank you, Alibaba. I'm really critical of everything. I heard a little bit of a knock, but like that's probably just normal operation of the sewing machine. All right, we'll let that rest for a second, and I'm going to put this up on the table and start adding the purple trim to it. I like to take care of my sewing machine first. I know it sounds weird, but I do layer like even there's a whole design under that. Under that, there's a like half of the vests in here, especially the ones that were all pre-COVID. They're like layer upon layer. A long time ago, someone who who absolutely does not like me now, but they were trying to get my goat, and they looked at me and they're like, "You're gonna run out of denim one day." Still haven't. Whoa, I just need my. It's been 3, almost 4 years, and I have not run out of denim yet. And I went and got 4 more yards today too, because I'm gonna make some overalls. It's like a tree. The more patches, the older. So true. So true. And so all my vests, because I'm a purist, it's just way easier to layer over than remove an old patch, depending on what it is. Depending on what it is, because like, if it's already layered, you're gonna have to chuck it on because you're gonna have to cut off certain things, and you'll be cutting into other things. It just depends on how big the patch is and what the patch is too. Honestly, I'm surprised you guys can hear me for as much as I've been kneeing this thing lately. I've been taking this thing out. And so now I move it completely across the room because I'm a goof. I have size 13 foot. I walk heavy. I kick when I walk. All right, so let's switch the camera angles. I'm going to put this up on the table. And I'm going to start adding the trim to it. All right. One of these days, you're going to have to use a hammer to get the needle through all the patches. I buy obscenely large needles because I have giant hands. And so I buy like hardcore needles. I half the time I'm like, are these for sewing? All right. So there's a weird science behind this because I have lights everywhere and things everywhere in this room. I have to finagle this to a certain spot where it doesn't interfere with anything else. Oh. Perfect. Now I'm going to completely line this thing. All right. Man, it's a mess in here. Between going to downtown and just being a overzealot about sewing, I got some serious cleaning to do today. You think I'm playing with this jacket? I am not playing. This is officially the reunion tour. How long did I last? Like not even a month? That's actually kind of sad. But I love the great coat maker. You know what though? Very much like my vests. Have you ever made jeans? I have. And I'm going to start making pockets more because I shy away from pockets out of pure propaganda and rhetoric. But Was it during COVID? I can't even remember when I purchased this. When I purchased this pattern, I weirdly fell in love with it, and then when I figured out how to make the coat the way I wanted to, that's when the factory press started. Oh come oh, and I stabbed myself. But yeah, I actually know how to make all kinds of things. I just have become the great coat maker. Oh, right. Hey, Waterny, hello. How's it going? How are you this evening? I hope you're having a great evening. This is part 2 of the process. That's why I'm glad I got everything done, because this is actually a lot. So, this is a process. All right, and now I just have the Pina Colada song stuck in my head. Thank you, Kilroy. Getting caught in the rain. I'm not into yoga. Hello, glad to pop in for a few. Just played Spirit Island, please. Pleased to see William's coat of many colors. Oh man, I'm sweating today. Do you know what's really funny? And this comes from my idea, because for a while now I wanted to make Godless Sewing in the Great Technicolor coat, but then I found that pattern, of course, at Hobby Lobby, and I just kind of didn't do anything about it. But this definitely fits in that realm. And the purple pops, so it adds to the craziness of this. Awesome. I hope everyone's having a great night. There we go. Getting that initial pin in is always the hardest sometimes when you're... Man, I really abuse these tables. Oh, right. There we go. All right. Just got to get that middle piece. Not always cooperating. There we go. Better than abusing the knees on the floor. Oh, man. I actually have professional knee pads that I use for my job. I actually wear those things everywhere. I need to get new ones because they're used. Perfect. Let's fold this back, pin it again. Perfect. And I'm going to cut that off. Oh, that is a crazy angle. Let me bring this in more, a little bit over here. And the Pina Colada song is just blasting in my head. Oh, right. So I have a crazy question for the chat. Would it be insane if I got rid of Paramount Plus, even though I'm a hardcore Trekkie? I just am done being ripped off because I like something. I'm really thinking about getting rid of it and just doing what everybody else does and pirating it. Because I have Netflix, Hulu, ESPN, you name it, I have it. And I really do not watch it unless I'm watching Star Trek. Oh, right. Get rid of I was waiting to turn my head and see your comment, Kilroy. Who still has it? You know why? I'll tell you why. It's because I obsessively watch hockey. And so I paid for the hockey package and they gave me a couple years, plural, years. And 2 years ago, ESPN, the app was awesome. And last year, I got full Karen and was like, what am I paying you guys for? So we'll see how they do this year. But I'm thinking about getting rid of all of it because it's just pointless at this point. Just pirated the latest season of Lower Decks. You'll love it. You'll love it. And I think that's the appeal. Like, I get to watch everything first. I think it's because I was such an avid TV watcher. I still have that in me where I need a new show or, something crazy in that realm. When in reality, they're getting away with overcharging the Star Trek fans. Because, like I always say, like if you go to a convention, you're gonna spend a couple thousand just on hotel and like food and all the swag you're gonna be buying. But part of me, like I obsessively watch Star Trek, so I do get my money out of that, out of Paramount Plus. It's one of those things. I'm just tired of being ripped off as a consumer. Let's be real. Because I pay for all kinds of stuff that I really don't even partake in anymore. So I'm going to consolidate. All right. Pinning is what takes the longest because this will be sewn in like 2 seconds. All right. Perfect. It used to be special events for pay-per-view. Now they have everything like that online. When I was a kid, I would obsessively watch wrestling, and that was like the event was to watch the pay-per-view. I was never really into boxing, and I would watch boxing on pay-per-view. Well, people around me would, and I got into it, but it was never really my thing. Oh, right. You're right, though. Don't you? Oh, whoops. Don't you have a foot to feed that ribbon? Yeah, but this is so much more fun. This is this is my pirate sewing. And yes, I have every attachment known to all humans. But I'm godless the hard way sewing. You know what? I really like the purple and yellow idea. I'm not even a big Lakers fan, but I like that for the Zoot suit. I could actually sell that around here. Oh, right. Ouch. Oops. I remember them shilling WrestleMania on pay-per-view all the time as a kid. Never got it once though. We didn't have the money. Um, we had a box when I was a kid, and then we got a pirated box. So for years I was watching stuff pirated. For years. Because really it was just a chip that it would read a certain chip and then you'd get all the channels. Okay. But it's weird to me when I watch they're like WrestleMania this or this, and I'm like, it wasn't that long ago. And it's like Hulk Hogan wrestling, and I'm like, okay, maybe it was a long time ago. But when you're there, it doesn't feel like it was 30 years ago, you know? Smooth. All right, let's pull this down and finish the front because I'm going to sew. Oh, and the arms. Let's do the arms while we're up here. I completely forgot. Man, the crickets are singing. Oh, ran out. That's why I bought 4 packages because when in doubt, overcompensate, as I say. Oh, right. You know, actually, I always say this, but actually, I'm getting a lot done because normally I will stop. I would like make the coat and then take a break for a while. I'm like, meh, use a stapler, laugh out. That's how I sew dental floss and a stapler. I'm gonna try that. I remember them shilling. Oh, okay. I just saw your comment, JL. You know what? Sewing is like painting. It totally reminds me of painting. You do a lot of prep. Then the machine comes in and makes easy work of it. Perfect. I actually kind of miss being a painter. Okay. Perfect. Painting does take forever though, and it is tedious. This is one of the reasons why I always I'll take a break and quit. Go have I hope you have a great night, Waternay. I've read of medics in dire emergencies using dental floss to stitch up wounds. Like I said, I had a major injury on a job site, and somebody who was an ex dental surgeon saved my face with invisible stitches. They did such a good job. Still to this day, I'm shocked I don't have a giant scar. Oh, right. How tacky would that be if I lined the column? No, that would be tacky. Red and purple are kind of tacky. Even though I'm literally lining up red and purple right now. Even though I love tacky. The back room is beautiful this time of year. Oh, Jesus Christ. Took me a second.
Hi.
So glad you're here. Entertain us. I need some water.
How's it going, Godless?
Great. Had a just a crazy day. Just an absolute crazy day.
Yeah.
I'm not a morning person anymore, and the world's a different place, you know. How was your day?
Yeah, it was good, relatively uneventful. You know, I got to sleep in a little bit. I scheduled get to see my little buddy again tomorrow. We're gonna go hang out.
Awesome.
So yeah, and so That's gonna be
Maybe.
fun. Don't know. I hadn't planned on it. Hello, Alibaba.
Yeah, you just totally made me want to cry last time. You totally.
Me
I,
too. Me too.
I'm an emotional person. I cry at movies, so I get it. I get it. Even right now, I'm like, I have to tell myself, like, don't call your ex-wife. She's an adult. She knows what she's doing, and she does. So, how's it? Oh man,
Yeah.
this was so much work.
But
I
I
made.
like how it's coming along.
Thank you. This was like a lot of work, and I'm not a quilter at all.
So it's taking like sewing and quilting and kind of like combining them, right? Or how's this
Yeah,
work here?
I had to make the quilt first,
Is that how it works?
and then I had to shape my, and then I like got my shapes for my coat and cut around it. And
Ah,
I had to make sure they're all going in the same direction because I've made that mistake before. Where and you're so deep in when you've done something like this and you've done it upside down, you're like, oh, that's part of the coat.
that's part of the coat now.
I live by that saying. There's a when I used to be really heavy into woodworking, and there's a saying: if you can't fight it, feature it. And like
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
hey, with enough polish, it'll live there forever. With some epoxy, it becomes a part of the scenery.
I like it. And man, it's so cool because it brings me back to like the old like hobo shoestring car truck not truck train.
Boxcar.
Thank you, box car.
That's my look. That is my look. Boxcar Willie is real.
Yes. Oh my god, I love it.
I
Have you ever followed like some of the or watched any like the YouTube of like the boxcar hobos that are still around, hopping boxcars and riding trains?
some of them, but like I watched this one guy. Yeah, I do. I do. It's crazy though. It's crazy to think they'll go all the way from like Seattle to Texas.
Yeah. And they got to know those like trains because it's like they're not like just regular old passenger trains. Like they got to know where these things are going.
This and it's so crazy. They're in a cramped space. They literally cramp in. Like they literally are in these. Hey, Sydney, how's it going? You snuck in.
Oh, hey, Sydney.
This one I was watching. Like, I'm not even a claustrophobic person. I was actually a bit of a traveler myself, but like, I would get jobs and take Greyhounds.
Yeah.
But this one guy was like in this tiny space, and I'm like, dude. And he went for like 400 or 500 miles in that tiny little space. And then
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
don't know.
"Oh, go ahead."
No, I don't know about that. Like, I don't think I could, I'm not huge on tight spaces anymore.
When I lived in Portland, Oregon, it was not strange. It's there's trains that run all through the city. So it was not strange for locals. Like there was a train that would run through the south side of the city. Locals would hop the train and like just they would hop the train and get off the train and go on about their business. And I remember the first time I saw this, I was stood there and I'm like, I'm such a wuss. But the train was never ending. So I was like, fine, I did it. And I felt like Indiana Jones.
Da,
And,
da, da, da,
and so like
da.
to the locals in Portland, it's like, oh, I live on this side of town. I hop trains. To me, I'm like, nah, dude, I'm an action hero now. This is bucket list.
Where's my cape?
Yeah. How many trains have you hopped in California?
Fucking done.
That's what I'm saying. So like Oregonians, it was normal. But I guess if you live near train tracks, it just becomes a part of life,
When I grew up it was Auburn, California. There, like we had a train track that kind of ran back and forth through town, We never hopped it, but it was very common for us to go walk the train tracks. It was like the most direct route to a lot of the places that we did.
Awesome.
But one of the bars is it had a huge bridge over the highway, and my brother, who was born with cerebral palsy, wasn't exactly the super fastest, and we were always worried like we're gonna get halfway across this bridge and then see a train start coming.
Oh yeah.
And I have oh god, what's that movie? Super famous movie, Train. With the kids, that doesn't matter. But yeah, it's just it was just part of our daily kind of thing. We'd go and walk along the trail. Yeah, this is before the internet, kids.
I love saying that.
But yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it's what we did as kids. We were riding our bikes. We were going through the water canals that went through town, and if they were low, we'd be able to walk under the bridges, and yeah, all the stuff we keep ourselves entertained rather than the YouTubes.
You know what's funny? I miss the feral days. My son gets anxiety when we go on long walks. He's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Bro, we used to wander in my day. We don't need a direction. We know this town. Let's wander."
You won't get lost. You're all right.
You're right though. Today's like stimuli keeps you inside. When we were kids, our parents were like, "Get the H out of my house."
For real. And you're right, Alibaba. Putting pennies on the railroad track and getting them run over, and finding them and find how squished they were.
Right now, I guarantee I could take you to certain spots where there's pennies still sitting there. That's awesome. I miss those days.
Some kids would get a little stupid / adventurous and put bullets on the track.
My parents put the fear of in me as a kid about that stuff.
Good call.
I remember thinking back when I was a kid. You always have that one bad friend, and my friend Richard, I'm aging myself. We bought tickets to go see the movie Hook.
Hook with Robin Williams?
Yes, I'm old.
Oh, that's one of my favorite movies.
Mine too. The other day someone said they hadn't seen it, and I was like, I base my life on that. You need to go away now. Who said that? Oh, I believe it was no, it wasn't Waterny. Somebody said they hadn't seen Hook, and I was like, I'm gonna cry now. I literally love that movie.
Such a great movie.
No, it can't be Waterny because she said "smee" with my pants. Somebody said they hadn't seen it. So we went to go see Hook, but he's like, "Come on, bro, we're not going to go see Hook." We went and saw Juice instead.
Juice
with Tupac.
Oh my God, that's
same year. They were out at the same time. Oh yeah, and he's the one that taught me to go. So every time I hear a Juice song or something, it reminds me of and I'm from the suburbs. My friend Richard is blonde hair, blue eyed, but we went and saw Juice, and I remember walking in being like, I hope none of the adults say, man, no one cared.
And the Hooks had such a great cast. I mean, Dustin Hoffman, Bob Hoskins. Oh man, such a great movie.
It's still to this day. Put a couple of pennies on. I still like to wander when I was younger. Also, not so much anymore, but I do wander through thrift stores. Same. Do you know what's so funny? I go to thrift stores so much. People they're like, "Where's your son?" We go a lot.
Where's Hands?
Oh. Hook, but seriously though, I watch it if it's on network television. I love that movie.
Oh, for real? It's funny. I was in when I was in Arizona, last month. Hook was on of the 4 TV channels that this hotel had, and Hook was on. So I was like, I'm gonna watch this.
You can't go wrong. Seriously can. There are certain things that, on my local BBC, they obsessively play Star Trek. You
Could be
can't go
worse.
wrong. You know, I don't like it when people say safe space or anything like that, but it truly is.
Star Trek is my safe space.
No, but I know, like it's not. I don't know. It's not going to shock me.
Yeah, and then like get into like what we were talking about earlier about Futurama. Like it ended on such a great note. Like the season finale, the series finale, ended so greatly with the time traveling and the do you want to go around again and da, 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 da. And then I'm like, okay, I'm kind of excited because they got the original cast and they got the writers and I go and it's the whole thing is just essentially one 30-minute advertisement for Hulu.
Oh,
And it's talking about binge watching episodes and da 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 da, and then they even say they even call it they even call it Fulu, and it's
are they on Hulu?
yes, they got
Okay.
bought out by Hulu, and
Thank
like in the past when they've gotten canceled before. Like they at the first episode or whatever, they do a little nod, a joke, like, what kind of idiots would do this? Cancel a show and then bring it back. They did that joke like at least a dozen times in the first episode. I'm like, okay, I get it. You were canceled and brought back. Like,
So I've had this
yeah,
conversation with a few people. Family Guy killed that genre because now people take jokes and sit there for 30 minutes on them.
yeah,
And it totally reminds me of the Family Guy.
yeah, and then just beat it to death, and it's like, oh god, it was funny if you just do a nod, like, haha, just a quick joke about it. But if you do the same joke again and again and again, it's like, yeah,
People gripe about Lower Decks, but they'll say a dumb joke, but they only say it once.
Yeah, they move on, like.
Because they're constantly referencing thing, and it really ticks off the old school Trekkies. But really, like, I like that. It makes me laugh. I like the old references.
Yeah, and if they can, insert them without seeming like they're patronizing people or like this. I watched the second episode, and they brought back the fact that a long time ago, like oh my god, the little green guy like was had babies or something like that, and they said that, oh, you have to wait for them to mature in a swamp or whatever until you can be their father, their parents or whatever, and so they essentially brought it to 3023, the modern year, well, plus 1,000 years, and they brought them back, and but it was like so weird because they're just trying so hard to put in the Easter eggs without fleshing out the story, or I don't know, it's silly.
That was my main beef with Picard. That was my main beef with Picard, is that they were just trying too hard. That no one ever wants to see their heroes grow up and be real.
For real.
Picard was kind of depressing, to tell you the honest truth. I watched every episode, but it's like, you want your heroes to end. See, but then again, and I'm not giving any spoilers, but at the end of the Picard series, they play poker like they did at the end of the Next Gen, the last episode of the Next Gen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The mind if I join you? Or
I was in tears, but it's because I'm a nostalgic fool. My middle name is Shut Up and Take My Money. A lot of people were really mad. I was like, oh, they're playing poker. I'm hyperventilating. Data. I cried.
Don't die.
I was puffed. Oh, the movie. I was in tears. I puffy face cried at the end of Doctor Who when Peter Capaldi was one of my favorite doctors. I was like, the person I was with at the time, they're like, are you going to be okay? I was like, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
They're all going fetal.
Oh, I cried. It got me. Almost. This is like painting.
Oh, golly.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I really
clearly.
I really question my microphone. That means I'm all up in the microphone all the time.
All up in the microphone. I don't know. It always sound pretty good. Like it's got good equalizer or whatever. Yeah.
All right, get this piece. But I feel like I don't know, maybe I'm being cynical. And this is not a spoiler to anyone, but they're filming like a Section 31 show, and they're filming another.
Really?
Yeah. You want to know how I know this? Is
Another spin-off, huh?
two.
Two.
Yeah. And someone I know who works for Amazon dropped off a package to the Section 31 show.
Huh.
Because he asked me, he's like, "What's Section 31?" I was like, "Tell me exactly where you were and who did you see?"
Tell me who you know.
Ah, this is why I'm surprised my mic still works. I am just abusing this thing today. Oh, poor guy. Okay. Or do it good, like Ronnie Dangerfield. I don't get no respect at
I get no respect at all.
I used to post that on Twitter, but no one under 40 understood what I was. No one under 40.
Well, I'm 40.
Welcome. We have ARP cards and tacos.
And tacos.
See, you and I have seen that same episode a gajillion times.
Too many times.
I'm still sitting here trying to figure out what I've had a long day. And sometimes I don't realize it until I sit and I'm like, oh.
Oh.
Do you know what's really funny? Like, I've been watching videos about downtown LA, and I think at night it's different than it is during the day. It's still like I still see encampments and stuff, but there's no one in the city.
Oh, they're all just out doing their thing.
But I think, like, because I watched this video at night, the city's a different place. But I watch a lot of drag queens and people who are really into sewing. And like I've always said, they constantly talk about downtown. And it's like, you guys, and these are millionaires. These are people who are established humans. And I actually have to do that sometimes on my phone. And they're rich. They're paying $6,000-$7,000 a month to live on Skid Row.
Jesus Christ.
Like, these people could easily own a home in my neighborhood for as much money as they're paying.
And
because I walk around there, and like I said earlier when I first got on, there was a woman like when I was driving up, they were on the way scary side of town. They are braver than I am, but they had on designer like Gucci shoes, Balenciaga, and that's the disparity of Los Angeles. Like, you see the ultra rich walking past the homeless encampment because they're going to go shop and buy cheap stuff.
yeah.
Oh,
And like with neighborhoods over time, you know, you're gonna get the gentrification, and it's like what's the slums of today is, you know, the up and coming, you know, rural, you know, shopping area of tomorrow.
I saw this thing about Harlem about how black people don't live in Harlem anymore because they can't afford to.
I can't afford it.
They're trying that in East LA too. East LA is gentrified. It's weird to me to go to East LA and like, it's just weird. It looks like my neighborhood now. When East LA had a very distinct look, it had a very distinct neighborhood, and it's been gentrified. I don't know if I'm for it or against it sometimes. Hollywood too, but Hollywood was ruined years ago.
And that's the thing. It's like it's one thing to fix up an area, to make an area nice, but it's, you know, one thing. It's another thing to make it so that the people can't live there that you're trying to, you know, help.
Like, Hollywood was a huge Armenian neighborhood, and they got priced out. And Little Armenia, Little Armenia used to be all Armenian people, and now it's gentrified.
Man, I love me some Armenian food.
Oh, me too. I will go off on some army campers.
For real.
That's why. That's the one thing. There was this one spot in downtown I used to always go to, but they're gone. That is one thing I will say. Like on the main street, which used to be all shops on Broadway, it's all closed. It reminds because I watched this video on San Francisco the other day, and like I kind of because I defend San Francisco because that's like I've told you a million times, man. If they let people of my tax bracket live there, I would live in the Full House house.
For real. Just an amazing, probably what $1 million. Oh my God.
Six or seven, just to like that neighborhood. You have to be ultra rich. I was watching this thing about these $1 million apartments in New York. I'm like, that's the size of my garage. But it all depends on where you want to live, you know?
Yeah.
It's just weird to me. It's just the difference of downtown. Like, it's just weird to me. It's the ultra rich and the ultra poor. Like the definition. And there is no in between, you know? All right, let's get this thing on the sewing machine.
So is that tablet like a new addition to your setup there, or have I just been missing it this entire time?
You've been missing it this entire time.
Fair enough.
I live in an electronics store. I own just as many computers as I do sewing machines.
Jesus Christ.
I like above my head. I'm telling you, if there's an earthquake, I'm gonna run. Above my head, I have like 20 mic stands on one side, 15 speaker stands on the other. I have like 4 JBLs around me. I'm running. If there's an earthquake in this room, I'm out. It'll be great when I go viral for running out of this room.
In your rollerblades and a cape and a cowboy hat and nothing else.
No, it's all replaceable. I'm telling you, like, for as much as I am a materialistic person and I hoard everything, like, if a fire ripped through, I would just start over.
That's why God made insurance.
I'm not playing, and I've seen it. I've seen fire insurance work.
For real.
Like literally replace everything. So
that's what I don't get. Like, you know, you got like, you know, 7-Elevens or whatever, like, you know, when they get held up and, you know, like, dude, you're insured, man. Don't let the burglar take the money. You know, your life isn't worth, you know, the insurance paperwork that you're about to fill out. You know,
I'm gonna cam up for a second because I saw something today that people were going off. It's funny you'd say that today in Watts. Well, the other day in Watts, California, a bunch of kids walked in and they stole a bunch of Nikes at the Nike store, and people were going off. They're like, "Why don't they stop these kids?" Dude, no one's life is worth a pair of shoes. And this was 20 years ago. I worked at a Carl's Jr. in Portland, Oregon, Reno, and in LA. The first thing they tell you, is nothing in here is worth your life. Nothing in here. Nothing.
I'm glad they encourage you to not risk your life for that crap.
This was 20 years ago. No, the corporations have changed. You know, this was, oh my gosh, this was 24 years ago. You know, but like in most cases, they're FDIC insured. You're gonna get your stuff back. You know, insurance rates are going through the roof. Oh, tell me about it. My truck is considered a classic car, so I have to register it every year.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, because it's of a certain age, so I have to pay the registration fee every year. They stick me. It's ridiculous, but yeah, nothing like. That's why people are like, "Oh, California, this is man." They tell everybody now, like, no, let those kids. We got them on camera. Like, we'll get them. You know, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Oh, real.
There's a store in San Francisco that's gotten really famous for everything getting jacked, but they have a no chase policy, but they also have a no persecution policy, so people keep on coming back and like stealing stuff from this one particular place.
Oh, they
They
refuse to
won't press charges.
prosecute.
They
Oh,
won't press
that's crazy.
charges. Let me come
That's a
steal
different
something.
story.
Come steal a truck off my property and see how fast I'm gonna hope they put you under the jail. And I'm gonna be at every court date. I'm gonna show up at every court date, be like, Your Honor, that was mine. I owned it. Here's the pink. Here's the pink slip. Like, no, you steal from me. I hope they throw you under the jail.
Oh man. So do you have multiple things layered on your dummy back there?
What do you mean?
Like
Oh,
different like
yeah, because I have this weird thing about decency. So I cover all the mannequins. I do. I'm so weird. You don't know certain bridges until you cross it. And I'm up here. I'm like, oh no, I'm not a Ferengi. You will have clothes on. So under all these clothes, like there's one, this one's wearing a jumpsuit. I got too big for coveralls, so I put it on it. This one has on a full denim outfit. And I have, what the funny thing is, I have not taken the shirt on there since I upcycled it, like during COVID. So there's a shirt on there that I made during COVID that's still sitting on there. There's another one behind it. That thing's fully clothed. Looks like a Mad Max character. Nowadays, they tell fast food and supermarket workers basically the same thing. It's insured, and if you're hurt if you hurt the guy during the crime, he might countersue. In California, you have the right, like if someone was to break in my house and I broke their arm, they have the right to sue me. Still to this day. Still to this day. And like we are one of the only states in the union that protects people like that. Because anywhere else you can go full Chuck Norris in your house.
Yeah, like you got like the castle doctrine, It's like, where can a man feel safe but in his castle?
True.
If you can't defend yourself, like, well, where else are you gonna retreat? You're like, your back is up and literally up against the wall.
It's sad but true. Okay, so now that we're talking, what do you think about my buddy day drinking? When I showed up at 9:30 this morning, they were in a circle of 6 or 7 people, and they all had Modelo's.
I mean,
I'm
to
not
each their own.
Exactly. Because I'm a Tommy teetotaler and I like drink coffee. I haven't had a sip of alcohol in almost 13 years.
Now I want to drink.
I try not to judge. I don't judge people though, because I was a drinker, but it's also not, it's 9:58 at night. No, 9:56, not 9:56 in the morning. Literally.
Yeah, for real. It's a bit of a difference.
And I know in other countries, like in the UK, they day drink. It was weird, but that's socially acceptable. In America, it's not.
Yeah, like about the only time like I did acceptable day drinking. Don't get me wrong, I've done some unacceptable day drinking before, but like I used to work there in the night shift. So you get off in the morning and you go go to the bar and have a drink with your friends at 7 in the morning. Or
See,
whenever the bar's open.
That's different because you're going to go home and sleep it off. It's going to run through your system. You're going to get up, eat something, drink something. It's going to run through your system, I'm telling you, Modelo's are water. Barg's not root beer. It's harder than I've been craving Barg's lately.
I love Barg's.
Barg's root beer is bomb. I was mad at myself because like last time we went to the grocery store, we forgot a couple things and I forgot to get root beer.
And yeah, it was just the other day. I was on my way to work. It was about 8 in the morning or whatever, and I see a circle of presumably homeless folk, outside of a building, and just one of them's walking around, stumbling around with a handle of some anonymous liquor. I'm like, wow, dude, it is 8 in the morning.
I call that living the life.
Living la vida loca.
Part of me is like jealous because I want to give up. I want to give up and like do crazy stuff in the morning, but I don't. there's this there's this guy. Hey, native. There's
Hey,
this.
hey, native.
I don't care when you drink as long as you're not an asshole. I've seen people that drink all day and see, look, I'm not judging. Most of the people I know drink all day. I'm not judging that. It was just shocking. They didn't cause a problem, and people who drink at acceptable times who got arrested. No, I agree. I agree with you. In no way, shape, or form am I dogging anything. Hey, native. No way. It was just shocking. They were chilling. They were like chilling like a
Speaking of drinking, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me a chaser.
There's someone I know that in my hometown who is like, he's like one of those people that's an all-star, you know? He never left my hometown. When sometimes when I'm going to work at 4:30 in the morning, I will see this man on his root beer is like do you know what's so funny? I obsessively drink Pepsi and I'm like slowly switching over to root beer. I don't know what it was. It was a while ago. Isaiah and I were at Jack in the Box and I got Bargs because they have those machines at Jack in the Box that has like 10,000 combinations, you know? And it's been a while since I've had Bargs. And I forgot how much I loved that stuff. I like all of it. Like the root beer, the old timey stuff. I'll drink a sarsaparilla. I like all of that. We actually oh, do not try that at home, kids. They actually still sell sarsaparilla here too. So I'm obsessed with that stuff because you really can't get it too many places anymore. But but I am on Team Pepsi. Let's be real. I'm a hardcore Pepsi drinker. I buy cubes. That's my only thing at the grocery store where you look in my cart and be like, "Oh, come on, sewing." But I buy a lot of Pepsi. And the funny thing is, my son doesn't even drink it because he knows what it'll do to you. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. Oh, this is gonna be awesome when it's finished. This is gonna be awesome.
All right.
That is my. I didn't even realize how much I say that.
Like and I always say,
I repeat the heck out of myself. I do. It's better to know what you're gonna say than not have anything to say at all. It's different though because like I had to stop writing a script because I literally have a bloopers channel because I messed up so much.
And what is that bloopers channel called?
Sewing and Ranting with Godless Sewing. But it's turned into my buffer channel where I put a bunch of videos. If you look, how many subscribers do I have? Last time I checked, I was at 84 or something.
Ranting. It's Sewing and Ranting.
It's connected with my main channel. But if you go on there, it's me literally making mistakes, and I say the F word. So I am a human being, I know, but when I was a kid, I had a speech impediment, and so when it comes back, I say F.
96 subs.
What?
Yeah,
I gotta put some content on there. Hey, to all those people subscribed, I love you. Thank you. There'll be content out tonight. I won't be sleeping this evening. No, I got a good night's sleep last. I haven't been sleeping lately, and I went to bed at like 9:30, 10 o'clock last night.
Oh yeah.
So it saved me. I'm a different person without sleep, you know. Do you get crabby without sleep?
Yeah, yeah. Well, as crabby as I will get, I'll stash myself into my office and pretend to work and pass out or something. I've actually once like I was just exhausted and I went to my office and I literally laid there on the floor and somebody came in looking for me. I was like, oh, just doing yoga.
Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me of Dorothy. I don't know if I can show the picture though because she has a double barrel hooter on there. Can I show a picture with someone holding a double barrel hooter?
Yeah, probably.
I worked with this woman, Dorothy. She was Polish. She like became one of my like she was such a good person. She had a son. She passed away, but she has a son that has autism. He lives with his sister now. Like I absolutely adored her. And I can't remember why I brought that up now.
Oh, but the double barrel.
I'm having a total brain fire, kids. Just say no. No, but I like because I grew up around nothing but senior citizens. I have a lot of people that were influences in my life that have passed away. You know. But
So
she was. Well, go ahead.
did you sew that pocket onto your shirt there, or is that a pocket or?
Oh, this.
Yeah.
No, I'm covering up an old patch because I cover everything. There was
Oh.
glue. There was glue on a patch. Do you know what's funny? I made this shirt. Let's look. I made this shirt. Do you know what's funny? I don't even have to tell a story because I made this shirt. So I know exactly how long ago. I just have to look in the videos. Let's look. Cosmic sewing. Go to the very bottom. Where is it? Is it this one? Sir, we can't let the Russians in here. That was such a good video that no one watched.
That nobody watched.
I made this shirt 2 years and like 4 months ago.
Wow.
I have an extensive collection of work shirts, like an extensive collection. Because at the swap meet by my house, there was that guy that I told you about that was like the shoulder. Like, I don't like touchers, but he'd always like give me a shoulder like squeeze. He was so strange, but he'd sell me work shirts for $1.
Yeah, I have a.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a like a morning breakfast group I do on Fridays, and we meet at this diner, and every day, this other group of elderly men meet there too. But he's one of those people who goes like, "How you doing?" and always, gives you like a arm, like a shoulder, almost a massage. Like, how's that? How you doing today, buddy? I'm like, I don't even know your name, man. Like,
Do you think it's because we're xenophobic? Like, I try not to be. I'm not a. I'm big on giving people their space. I don't walk up to random strangers and touch them ever. Ever. But in our state, it's illegal to touch someone unwillingly where
yeah,
we
yeah,
ever.
like, yeah, it takes a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if I get to know somebody, I'll be a hugger. Like if I know them, But
True.
just to go up to somebody and like, how you doing, buddy? Like,
Same. It creeps me out. And this guy is so good to me. He looks me in the eyes, and I'm always like, is this guy asking me out? What is going on here? It's the strangest thing. It is the strange. He's just, oh. And you know what? And I know he's not from America, so cultures are different. But I don't like we're a different breed. We are a different breed. So like when people come from other countries, they have different customs. You know.
I remember growing up. I'm sure it's more of a cliche and a stereotype at this point, but like in the French, the little kiss on the cheek on each, like when they would meet each other, like you wouldn't get away with that here. Like, well, maybe nowadays, but
Not with a
especially during the
stranger.
COVID times. Like,
Well, not with a stranger, you know. I don't know. Is that acceptable? Just to walk up and give a kiss on a cheek to a stranger? I know a bunch of like wannabe Hollywoodites that do it, but they've known each other for the fakest thing on earth.
right, right. Yeah, I don't know. Regardless of the gender of the person who came up to just random person, just kissed me out. They're like, whoa, whoa, let's take it down a notch.
I was in
Hi, I'm
Italy,
Skits. I'm like,
a kiss on both cheeks all the time. See, in America, that would you'd get they treat you like Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew would catch a charge nowadays.
oh my god, he's so like SAE. Like,
No means no, Pepe. And the only reason
for
I'm bringing
real.
this up is because LL Cool J. I listen to. I have satellite radio in my car. It's driving around looking for a parking space, and LL Cool J has this skit where they always find the original to a certain track. And so they were playing this French song from 19 something, and they were talking about Pepe Le Pew, and like, oh, I think it was Greg Nice or one of the old school rappers was like, man, I'm gonna start making Pepe Le Pew memes. And LL Cool J was like, no, bro. He's like, Pepe would catch a charge like Pepe would be in federal custody. And I'm driving and laughing. And they're like, nah, man, Pepe would be in jail. Isn't that also a mafia thing?
Oh,
Whoa.
isn't that Italy?
Well,
I guess Sicily.
it's Kiss the Ring, but I've watched. See, but I don't know because I've watched a gajillion movies.
Our
And
powers combined.
ex-wife, if you're still watching, can I borrow all the Sopranos? she, I collected all of the Sopranos, and then like our settlement, I'm like, fine, you can have that because I'm taking all my wrestling and Star Trek.
That's all I need. Ooh, speaking of wrestling, so I just recently bought a Nintendo 64, which I'm still waiting for it to arrive. But I just got one of the childhood games I played way back in 2000 was WCW versus NWO. So I had to make sure I bought that too.
Oh, heck yeah, those were the days, man. Oh, no worries. No worries. No worries. When you said that, it made me think of the Mexican Mafia.
Oh my god.
Same thing. They do the same thing. Kiss the Ring. They do the same thing. Can pirate the Sopranos. You're right. You're right. It's more of a petty thing. Like, I had a Nintendo Wii. I had the original Nintendo Wii. My ex-wife took it, and she gave it to this one agency that helps out like clients who can't afford. Basically, after 25, care stops for special needs anyone. And so she works for an organization that helps people after 25. And she's like, hey, oh, that's right, Bob Barker passed away too. But
Yeah.
she gave it to the organization, and I'm like, I can't be mad, but I'm still mad. But it went to a good cause.
It's like I could be mad if you like sold at a yard sale or something, but damn it.
Which I would have been. But I've actually been to that job. It was like a legit place, and like it stinks. If you have a kid that ages out of the system, it stinks. Give me a quick second, I think. Give me a quick second. Let's talk about Bob Barker. Thank
Very
you.
sad.
Kilroy gets it. Kilroy gets it. It is about the principle.
Yeah, it's Bob Barker. He was a trip. Like, I'm sure he had a very interesting history that I should actually go look into. But just the things you can think of off the top of my head, all the goofy stuff he had to deal with on the show, giving every lady a kiss, regardless of whoever. His acting, of course, with oh my god, the price is wrong, bitch. And yeah, he was a gem, and he's going to be missed. And of course, make sure to spay and neuter your animals. And of course, with that the little microphone that was like, like this long, had a little beat on top, and we were always talking to it. Ah, good times. But yeah, I think it was what, like 91 or something. Like it was ridiculously old. And yeah, he did some interesting things. I wonder what else he did do. Let's look up his life. Bob Barker. Oh wow, Wikipedia. She was born in 1923. Good God.
I'm fixing to watch this. I love The Sopranos. Polly was my dude. I love The Sopranos. I do love you and your avatar. He was 99.
Right. Oh,
My grandmother passed away 3 months before her 99th birthday. Or 2 months, I think. Yeah, because her birthday is February. She died 2 months before her birthday. I think Betty White did too. No, Betty White make it to 100?
yeah, no. Let's find out.
Bob Barker reminds me of my grandparents. They would always watch The Price is Right. So when I hear that music, it reminds me of my grandparents. They used to watch that and Let's Make a Deal.
Oh no, yeah. She aged 99. Yeah. Didn't quite make it.
It's gonna be a lot of us that don't make it to 99. 99, that's amazing to make it that far.
Oh, for real. Like, and especially with like Betty White and I presume Bob Barker, like they weren't just like, an elderly, decrepit, no, they were still up doing stuff. Like Betty White was hopping and bopping till the day she died.
Which is absolutely insane. But it also goes to show, I hate to say it, but with proper healthcare, you could live a long time.
Surprise, surprise.
But I'm talking about like longer than you should have. But
you should have.
Look at Warren Buffett. He looked like,
So for real, that dude's got enough money to replace every part of his body.
Alexa, how old is Henry Kissinger?
Henry Kissinger is 100 years old.
How is he still alive? How is Henry Kissinger still alive?
Man.
That's crazy. That's just absolutely crazy. Henry Kissinger. It's because I saw a meme. I put it in our group when Pat Robinson died, and the death was like in a vending machine, and he was like, "Oh, it's got to be Pat Robinson. I don't know." He's like, "No," he's like, "Oh, it's got to be Henry Kissinger. It's got to be Kissinger," and he's like, "Pat Robinson. Okay, I'll take that." Okay. Oh, right, I laughed way harder than I should have.
So is your lining there the same color as your collar on your sewing thing there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I had mass amounts of it with my new friends who overcount. Like, I don't have to just like calculate like, 4 yards of this and this. Like, I order something and they give me like 9. Seriously, I ordered 4 yards of that Santee material and he gave me a roll. And it wasn't
how much is in a roll?
No, roll is 46 yards. He probably gave me like 10 or 12, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Like if I rolled it all out, it would go like into the neighbor's yard.
So he's definitely trying to keep you as a customer.
I was thinking about that too, because he said in Spanish when he told his friends, he's like, "No, this guy's a professional," and I was like, "I am. I'm professionally early. I'm never late. That's actually I'm habitually early. I have this. It's because I was raised by a military person."
If you're 10 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late.
Got to keep moving and going. If you decide to sit in a lazy boy and you turn 65, you'll just die by 67. My father used to always say that because he never he retired and then he started drinking at this bar every day. My mom's like, "You're gonna come work with me," and so he never really retired. And he would say like, once you start sitting on the couch, you're kind of Kissinger is a bit. Thank you. Kissinger is a vampire. The only reason I say that is because he's orchestrated all the stuff that we are living today.
A lot of it, yeah, absolutely.
And he's the
Yeah.
only one around to live long enough to see his mayhem.
Gosh.
If you really think about it.
Like he was, man, just a few more years, he would have seen the end of World War I. Like
he was there for everything, though. Kissinger was the architect of a lot of stuff.
That's nuts.
So it's just weird, like, and I saw this weird thing about how him and Warren Buffett, they like, because of healthcare, they get to stay alive forever.
Gosh, it's almost like, a well-funded healthcare system would,
And these men smoked for 40, 50 years.
Right.
And if I had to quit smoking cigarettes, 5 or 6. Gosh, it's been a while. I haven't smoked a cigarette in a long time. But the doctor flat out told me if you keep smoking, you won't live to see 50. But they're not going to give me prednisone and these inhalers, and you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you're rich, I even noticed when I got my my new job title, my health insurance stepped up.
Funny how that works.
There are certain things that like I started getting hooked up on,
Hell, you're rich enough, you can get a damn lung transplant, It's
my inhalers cost $96 without insurance.
Man.
And with insurance, they cost $5 or with tax.
Can you imagine being the one that's like has to sit around like that's like has a deathly allergy to something and go, well, I could afford my EpiPen or food for my kids. It's like
no, and that's why I don't hang out like near the pharmacy. Like when I have to get my stuff, I'll wait until like 2 or 3 hours after because there's always some tragedy. But because I'm a Karen, I did get half of the staff fired from the Rite Aid by my house. I don't play, man. They messed with this old lady. They messed with this old lady and gave her a hard time. I called the corporate and just told them to look at the footage and tell me what they think. And I went
hassling her.
Oh, everyone was gone. I went back literally a week later and everybody was gone.
Good.
Even the pharmacist they replaced.
Jesus.
Rude healthcare, like I understand people get jaded and stuff, but when you're dealing with people who can barely afford their medicine and they're legislating what they're doing, the last thing they need is a rude individual. Like medicine's different. Medicine's a little bit
They're
different.
not at a pharmacy because they're the healthiest individuals or they're the happiest individuals. They're there because they need help.
Exactly.
They don't need shit.
And I think that's because I work in the service industry. Part of me is like, why don't you just help these people? You have the means. Like, just help them,
Muted? Or am I deaf?
No, it might be you. Can you guys hear me in the chat?
There, I can hear you. Maybe
okay.
It could have been this here. Sorry.
Are your headphones battery powered?
Yes, but I got them wired in because the battery in them wanked out. So like, they're no longer they're now like $200 just wired in headphones.
Oh, you can hear me, Kilroy. Good.
Okay, good. Yeah. It's just me.
You never know. Like I always say, back in the day when I first started streaming, there was a problem every time I turned on the computer. Every time, oh, you can't hear me. Someone was freaking out. Why can't you hear me? Old school StreamYards was awful. Can definitely hear you both.
It's definitely me then.
We're outraged. I'm almost done with this.
So how many hours you sunk into this bad boy?
Just the patching alone. What is today? Saturday. I started like on Tuesday. No. I started before Tuesday. I don't know. A good like 15, 16 hours, if not more. But that's a lot of it was me like watching YouTube. Most of it was cutting the squares, Excuse me, it's a step-by-step process. So just to get here, like, and I'm mad because I didn't videotape the process. But lately, like, YouTube has been so on my pre-record. It's not even worth the hard work anymore. They've been on my pre-record so much. I'll get 600 to 700 views, and it only says I have 100 something.
Really?
One of her bone marrow transplant was. See, that's what I'm saying. And I always jokingly say, like, we didn't pay up Isaiah's birth until he was 7 or 8. That's
Right.
22 back then in 09. It was 22 grand to have a kid.
It's so ridiculous. Like, I'm one of the Americans out there that very, very much benefit from socialized medicine. Right? So many Americans like, oh, socialized medicine. That's communism. Like, well, the VA is socialized medicine. No, we take care of people because we paid for it with X, Y, and Z. But what's the difference if we want to pay our tax dollars into it and not have to worry about it? Because there's no profit in it, and there's so much, don't get me wrong, there is a time and a place for capitalism. I am not, not whatever, but the medical field profiting off of pain and suffering should not be one of them,
Yeah, it's and when I lived in Mexico for a while when I was in my 20s, and all healthcare is free. You can walk into a pharmacy and say, I'm a citizen, I can't afford an inhaler, and they'll give it to you. Depending on the pharmacist, but if not, you can buy it for $4 or $5.
Ridiculously cheap, and they're still making a profit off of it.
And it's the real stuff too, because I went on a cruise. I bought a bunch of inhalers. It was called Sambuterol. That's albuterol in Spanish. Same thing.
Albuterol.
Oh, it's just an S. It's Sambuterol. Literally just an S in front of it. But I couldn't tell the difference of the inhaler,
Yeah. And that's the thing, that there's medical tourism, right? Where people are specifically going for this kind of stuff.
Well,
Hell.
I know people that have gone for the pretentious reasons.
Yeah.
They've gotten rejuvenations or teeth, or like
I was just about to mention dental implants and things like that. Like,
huge in Mexico.
I bet.
And if you think about it, it's really revitalized a lot of these towns because there's real tourism. They have to provide entertainment. They have to have hotels. They have to so these little border towns have jumped up all of a sudden,
Oh yeah. Like it was funny. I was looking a while back at dental implants, and I was looking at just the cost differences across because essentially the same service, but the different places. And like Costa Rica was one of the cheaper ones, but they were also hey, you do this, we fly you out there, you get a tour of the rainforest, we yank out all your teeth, you get to chillax at a hotel, we replace them, you get another tour of the rainforest, and we send you home. Like, oh wow, this is oddly inclusive.
I agree with you. I have family members that live in the UK. I know many people that live in the UK, and someone I know who actually was an actress, she let the cat out of the bag because she would complain every time she went to the doctor, and she would be like, I've been sitting here for 8 hours. I've been sitting here, and when I go see my doctor, I'm there for 45 minutes, and I'll check in and go outside, go sit in the car because I know they're gonna they tell you to be there at 3:30, but they don't see you till 4:15, 4:30,
I've never really had too much of a problem with again my particular situation. Granted, there is the caveat that you have to invest in the healthcare system if you want to have a socialized medicine type system. You have to, get the hospitals, you have to pay the doctors, you have to get all the equipment so it is efficient, so that it is,
I cost them
yeah.
money though because I'm a hospital's nightmare. I'm an asthmatic who smokes. I am like the definition of uninsurable.
And that's also like they have to put a real emphasis on preventative medicine and encouraging people to not smoke, or you can't do anything about asthma, that is what it is, but you can make sure that they're properly medicated from a young age so it doesn't get exponentially worse, I would imagine. Granted, I'm not a doctor, but like, but one would assume that if you catch something early, that hopefully it prevents it from getting worse as quickly as it potentially could. And that they'll have the preventative medicine to hopefully make it so that you won't start smoking, or if you already have the history of it, they'll help you quit or whatever.
We need a lot of. Going downtown makes me sad because I do a lot of preventative work in Hollywood and stuff, but like I avoid downtown for a reason because it's just so sad to see the number of people. It's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy to see so many people down and out,
Oh no, yeah, it's a punch in the gut, because at least for me, and presumably you as well, like, we're empathetic. We can, like, oh my god, how close are we to being in that same situation?
I've been there, but when I was, there weren't 500,000 other people joining me. You know what I'm saying? Like the numbers are just unreal,
Yeah.
I want to make a quick phone call. I have to check on someone who has more of a social life than I do.
Well, let's see here. Who we could play the game. Who has a bigger social life than Godless? Well, we're gonna go with hands. But yes, I play a doctor on. Yes, and I also stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'm a pro. No, I couldn't be a doctor. Like, it was hard enough, like, seeing particular things. I couldn't see that. I couldn't have to, live with, like, oh, could I have done this? Hopefully, I mean, not all doctoring is, trauma surgery and crazy stuff like that, but yeah, that'd be crazy.
All right, let's try this coat on. I've completely edged it. I got to cut around the neck, but it's done.
Nice. Is it a zipper at the front, or
Oh, we haven't got
buttons,
there
or?
yet. Why are you so detailed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm giving you a hard time. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna put buttons or just keep it open. But I'm in a weird button phase, even though I do have a giant zipper. I bought a giant zipper because I was thinking about making a giant onesie.
Giant onesie.
I keep on seeing these advertisements for these hockey onesies that is the entire uniform, and I'm like, dude, I could make that.
Do it. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let's see this bad boy here. Oh, I like that. I like the split in the back too there.
That's strategic. So you don't get another split when you make a wrong turn. Oh. Beautiful.
Oh, I like it. Oh, the cowboy hat really makes it too. We need to get you like a patch, like, bucket hat. Like,
well, would I have anything with a giant collar? The cowboy hat goes with it.
I love it.
Man, this was actually a ton of work to get this thing go. This was a ton of work. Thank you, Sydney.
It does. It
Thank
looks
you
great.
so much, Pam. Thank you so much. Usually, and I never say, oh, that was a lot of work. This was a ton of work.
That was a bunch of work.
I am officially a fan of quilters.
It also looks warm.
I got bought it just when you were having sound issues. Thank you, Alibaba. And because of the specs, I make it perfectly on my arms how I want it. The purple actually really adds to it too. I'm stoked. This
I
is gonna
love
be
it.
yet another coat.
I love it. I just the complete, like, of course, the hairiness of the patchwork of it, but like the choices of the patches are great.
And I tried not to have them in any order because I like the chaotic look.
Yeah.
And that's more of like the Doctor Who style of just a chaotic look. Now I got to cut all these pieces off. Oh wow. Wow. It's actually I feel accomplished.
You should. That's a hell of a job.
And I got done basically in a week. I finished that thing. My daughter says you are high energy. I told her that's what I need at times. I love high energy. Thank you. I am. Thank you, Alibaba. You like the purple hems. I drink a lot of coffee and I try to get sleep at night. Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you. The patches. Oh, thank you. I need one. All right, just give me a week. I cut so many pieces. I cut way too many pieces. Now that I realize the size of it, like I made a sheet, like a giant, like 9-foot sheet in my first try. And so now I've learned. Now I have learned.
So did you say that the quilting part took longer than the actual sewing part, or?
Yeah, because you're literally sewing every single piece together. Piece by piece. Every single square comes together. So it takes time. That jacket literally started with 2 squares. Oh,
That's
excuse
crazy.
me. Excuse me. That's the one thing I love, excuse me, about quilting and stuff like that. Is it literally started with 2 pieces. I got bored one day and I was like, let's see what happens. Literally 7 days ago, I got bored. And was like, let's see what happens.
Nice.
It's definitely one of those things. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Oh man. So, what should we sew next? I have issues. I know I have issues.
Oh man.
I always take a break after I make something that big.
Oh
You have to
gosh,
check
yeah.
out Letters and Enders Quilting by Bonnie Hunter. Do you know I might oh, there's so many people I'm subscribed to. I'm subscribed to the Missouri Quilt Company. There's this other woman, I can't remember her name, but she has a warehouse and she has a machine that's the size of a wall. It's a quilting machine and it's a double, it has 2 handles and she just walks around and it stitches the thing. But she's hardcore and she owns a company, so she can have like a $20,000 piece of equipment.
Right. Damn.
I helped her with this thing. Oh wow. Wow. She's famous. I'm hoping for that someone's like, hey, how much is that coat? And I'm like, $6,000.
It's a Godless Sewing original.
You put a lot of work into these things. A long time ago, someone told me, like, now the first time I actually really made something, they were like, now do you see why people charge so much for clothes? But I'm still not even done. There's still a few little things that I have to do to complete it, I still have to cut around the neck. You can make something. I'm a compulsive cleaner and sewer. But it's also because I'm a hoarder. I have so much stuff. I'm constantly like, okay, this has to go to storage. I have to go hide this at my job. This goes in the garage.
I mean, out of all the things out there, out of all the vices out there, I think sewing and cleaning are not terrible ones.
I'll tell you, it's because I developed all of this because my son lives with me, So I'm constantly cleaning. Or like when he goes to his mom's house on the weekend, if you're watching, every time you leave, I sanitize your room. I get on my hands and knees, I get in the corners, I like wipe the walls. I don't play. I wash everything. If it's on the floor or if it's half hanging off a hanger, I'm like, oh, wash this now.
Gotta be washed.
You can make me something I meant. My right hand isn't. I have that because I type like this. I do. It's the strangest thing. I actually got that from. Do you remember the Motorola phones?
Oh yeah. The little slide keyboards, or
before that, the ones that were the brick.
Okay.
I dated a woman a long time ago, and she had a daughter, and her daughter was just like, and I was like, how can you do that? 20 years later, I do the same thing. Do you make items for your son? Yes, but the older he gets, he's like super picky. Like, he has a couple of vests I've made, but like he's funny. That's right. You've told me. That's right. What do you want me to make you? I'll make you something. Just let me know. Good old two thumbs. I get crazy with the two thumbs. Oh, give me a quick second. I think this one.
Yeah, it used to be, when you were typing, hunt and peck. Now it's just thumbs. Yeah, like also like when I get a new phone and it doesn't have like the swiping yet, or I have to actually type in. It was awful. First world problems, but yeah. One day I'll be as talented as Godless here is sewing, but until then, I'll slowly sew things. Or build things out of Legos. They're both constructive, right? Yeah, my mom, when I was growing up, I always remember her. She was always a big typer. Like she had typewriters and things like that. And yeah, I remember like she was big on the home row, and yeah, and she taught me how to properly type. Did I ever get good at it? No, but she taught me how.
I know how to type. I actually can type extremely well, and I would shock you if you saw me doing that. But in my day, I don't know if you probably just said this, but they taught us in elementary school how to type. That never left me. I still write in cursive because I had a really mean teacher who put the fear of what in me. And so but you know what? Like people talk trash about, but I can write in cursive because of her legibly, Skits, where is
I need to work. I think I can,
Thank you, Pam. Thank you
oddly
so
enough,
much.
out of all this work and learning how to use this, I think I'm going to end up having to hand sew, or at least it'd be better to hand sew parts of it.
That's how I started, and I sewed when I was a kid, and I stopped for a long time, and when I came back to sewing, that's what I did, was hand sewing until I had confidence to be on the machine. And even in one of my early videos, I'm going the wrong way on my machine skits. 3 years later, look, I'm making, you know what I'm saying? Like, practice. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you so much. And you know what? I lost the skill of sewing when I 8 or 9 years ago. I really started sewing again, and I had to teach myself all over again. I never had the coordination in my hands to properly type. They just don't do that.
Yeah.
I got a lot of I consider the education I got as a child classical training. They taught me how to play the violin. I still know how to play.
Really?
Yeah, I played in third, fourth, and fifth grade.
That's cool. Like, I wish more like music would be taught in schools. Like,
That's why, man, in my house, I promote music. My son has his own guitar. I have my own guitar. Like, I promote playing music because it sparks the different parts of your brain. You know,
absolutely.
I used to play the viola. Oh, that's
Oh, the
awesome.
viola, huh? Oh, that's nice.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, they used to actually teach us arts back in the day, and that was at my elementary school. And I still go to Guitar Center just for people to be like, wow. I can't play Charlie Daniels, but I pretend like I can. Especially like on a mandolin, because I'll go in there like I'm not gonna spend $900 on an instrument. So I'll go in there and drain.
I remember when my kiddo was real young, before you can even remember. I'd be sitting there with a guitar, strumming the few chords that I knew that were not to the song that I was singing. I was thinking, like try to play Puff the Magic Dragon, like G G C D. That was a different song. I realize that now, but
If you sing that song to my son right now, he'd fall asleep. The na na na. I used to sing that to him when he was a baby. He'll pass out right now if you sing that to him. He won't even know why. In fifth grade, I learned how to play the ukulele. I play the banjo, and if you clamp it all the way down to the bottom, it sounds like a ukulele. I love that sound. Joy,
a recorder. Oh God.
I'll get Lizzo. I'll get Lizzo on a recorder. I know we're not allowed to say her name anymore, but I when my son got one in what is that, third or fourth grade, I went out and bought another one. And I taught myself how to play the recorder. We're Isaiah and I, we still play. We're rippers on it. I can even do the da na 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 na. Oh yeah, I go off on the recorder. Whoa, I have played. Wow,
I have played Joe. Oh.
what's that George Harrison song? I got my mind set on. Is that it? I got my mind set on you. I gotta put that on my playlist for later. I love that song. I love that song. So glad I remembered that. I rock out while I'm sewing. I rock out. And when I say rock out, I mean I listen to music from like 1979 until 1996. I have a very specific genre. I still have my recorder.
Wow.
Horner. Do you know I have a bunch of harmonicas. I self-taught myself the harmonica. I can play some jailhouse rock, but it takes a lot. Never learned how to play anything. You know, once you get the beat, you'd be surprised. And honestly, it's practice. Like I always say, like anything, you do not learn it overnight. Anything.
No.
Excuse me, even my Spanish. Oh man, I have indigestion. Too much good food. Lately, going downtown has exposed that I've been lax on my Spanish because I have to stop and think about what I'm going to say. When I speak English, I don't have to stop and think about what I'm saying at all. You know.
That's funny. I was just telling somebody yesterday, like they were like, "Oh, math is hard. Like I'm never good at math, or like, oh, how am I ever going to take calculus or whatever?" Like math is just like anything, just like any sport, just like all it takes is practice. It's just doing the problem, practice. If you're no one is born naturally good at calculus,
At anything.
except for maybe Sir Isaac Newton. The geometry. But
he invented it, didn't he?
Exactly.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's crazy, Alibaba. I'm obsessed with the traveling Wilburys. And my pops used to always listen to Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, and I can't remember. They were in what is it called? They sing that song, "Wait Like Desperados Waiting for a Train." I actually hate that song because my dad would listen to it over and over. Play music with a comb wrapper. I have old moonshine jugs. I would make you laugh with my jug band and humming again. Absolutely, that still works too. Do you know what's really funny? I wanted to get a musical
Is it
instrument
Waylon Jennings?
called a theremin.
Oh, a theremin. Yes.
Have you ever heard of a group called In Living Color? They're all an African American band from the 90s. They
So I
sing the
know the
song
show.
Cult of Personality. It's such a good song. They still tour. And they were like
Wow.
one hit wonders. I hate saying that because they're still playing. You know what I'm saying? Um, but the lead singer kind of branched off into all this crazy stuff, and he bought a theremin. And in the middle of the documentary, he's like, and then I got a theremin. Then they cut to every single one of the bandmates, and they were like, I hate the theremin. This other guy was like, I quit the band twice over the theremin. They were like, every single one of them had an opinion. And so my new line is, I will not buy a theremin to break up the band. I will not. I still have. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh my god, that's cool.
I love playing music. I love playing music. I'm not as good on the banjo as I should be after all these years. But like you said, it's practice.
I wish I would have continued like
Wow.
and it's never too late, I suppose, but it's like I wish that I would have, back in high school when I first picked up a guitar, I wish I would have kept at it, I was
You
like,
know what though? Like I played baseball all throughout my childhood, everything. I wish I had stuck with it. I had a mouthy coach who told me like, "Oh, you're big, you should play football." But I wanted to play baseball. But I played football instead. And part of me but you can't go back, A viola is just a bigger version of a violin with different strings. That's awesome. Do you know, I want a mandolin so bad, but I can't justify spending that much money on a musical instrument, says the guy, because my fabric habit is nowhere near 1,300.
this says the guy, how much have you spent in the last year on sewing machines?
Nowhere near 1,300.
Okay.
And the only reason I know that is because there's a sewing machine that is yet to be named, that I shall not say its name. I sold it. I sold one for $1,000 and I sold one for $900. That is more money than I've spent for every single sewing machine in this room.
No, fair. Okay.
So just in those two transactions, it justified my habit because I'm really good at math and excuses. And I was like, wow, I didn't even spend that much on every sewing machine. Like just even because I'm buying them at 40 a pop,
Fair.
So I'm really not like, I don't even think I've cracked 500 or 600 if you really think about it over
That
the
makes
years.
sense.
And
it's not like you're out there blowing $300-400 a pop on these sewing machines.
No, and like and if you ever see a white one, I have like paying $24 for this was probably the most I've ever paid for a modern sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
Because I see them like they're like $9, and I bring them back to life.
Ah, okay.
Especially like the Goodwill, they started 24, but I've paid 24 for a full table. Yeah, that's what I like. Okay, bye. I grab it and I'm gliding into the counter.
Like, sir, we can get that for you. No, I got it.
I've let my guitar playing slide. Same, Alibaba. Honestly, having a kid, and that's not even an excuse. Like, I'm more worried about him. Before I met my ex-wife, I was a surfer. I have a 6'2" 5 fin above my head. Guess what stopped when my son was born? I am not a surfer. I do not surf. I'm an ex-surfer. But I had to have responsibility. You can't leave the house at 4 a.m. to go surf when you have a kid,
Until he's old enough to surf with you.
Oh, he's getting a longboard. He doesn't even know it. I was good at guitar. I miss those. I miss just sitting around. Says the guy who literally has a wah-wah amp right here. I have with this amp, you can make the Hawaiian sounds, You would have been like Bartolo Colon if you'd played baseball. Bartolo Colon still plays. He's old school. He's a giant potato. He is like he's like a good 270, 280.
He's a
Bartolo
big
Colon.
boy.
Oh, when I saw him still out there, I'm like, good for you. And I know everyone hates Brett Favre, but I'm pro old guy. Like I'm pro.
I'm not ageist.
No, like because it bothers me in sports. At 30, you're considered old. I'm in my 40s, bro. I don't feel old. I dress young. People are shocked when I
He
tell
rocks
them.
his hobo jacket. I dress young.
Well, I dress like a young man in the 1920s. Oh wow! I've used the original Jim Dunlap Crybaby
Wow.
Womp Womp pedal. Oh wow!
Nice.
Baseball. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My brother and I we both have physics and electronics background, and after we both got our degrees, were kind of bored, and he is a musician, and he plays a lot of guitar and everything like that. And I was really into the electronics portion of our physics degree, so him and I would get together and we'd make guitar pedals. Like I went and got like, germanium, transistors and resistors and things like germanium, and to get the extra, the special kind of fuzz that transistor would bring. And it was very interesting to see, because you can pull up circuit diagrams of some very unique and expensive pedals out there, and if you know how to read them, you can duplicate them quite readily.
You know what? It's funny, Pam. I think like in this group, we're relatively all around the same age, kind of. It's funny how people of the same, I can always tell by people's references.
Yeah.
And still to this day, when I meant skits, I said "Eek the cat," and I knew exactly how old you were.
Really?
Do you know what, Alibaba? I rarely talk about this because my mom is still mad at me about this. They had Big Bamboo Cheech and Chong with the Big Bamboo paper that's this big, the rolling paper. It was a collector's item. I sold it to one of my friends. My mom, when she's having a bad day, she'll bring it up. She's still mad. Nah, bro, when you hold grudges, like, I'm a true believer. Like, when people say stuff, listen to them. And she'll bring, like, she doesn't say anything, like, nothing to dig, but she'll be like, you sold my Cheech and Chong record. She's still, I don't blame her. Not me. I'm 69. You know what's really funny? I think you're young. I have a brother who's 64. And his daughter is a year younger than me. And his other two daughters, I could have went to high school with all three of them at the same time. Not many know how to get the right parts for that. Not too many people. Oh, that's funny. You're young, Joy. I say this all the time because I come from an older family. I don't look at age like most people do. That's why I don't dye my chin beard. I just accept, like, I'm getting so Raja Gould on both sides. Like, it's getting so gray. It's okay. That's okay,
For real.
I just accept it. Are you going to be one of those people that, are you going to dye your beard? When you get older, you're going to dye your hair if you ever start going gray?
Nah. Like, although my, so I go to a hairstylist or anything, I go to Trend Cuts, but, like, she was cutting my hair the other day. It's like, oh, look at the gray hair. Like, pull on it. I'm like, oh, thank you. Thanks. And like, I was just sit.
Oh, did I do it? Is it my computer or Skits'? Oh, it's yours.
And
okay.
It's like, oh, great beard. Sorry, did I phase out there for a second?
You did, but the second you did it, I flicked my computer and I'm like, oh, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, that was bad timing. Oh, that's hilarious. Do you what would you do tomorrow if you woke up and you had a giant patch of gray? Would you like just rock it?
Oh, probably. I'd probably, pull off the skunk patch thing. I've always thought it was I've always liked the look actually, kind of sophisticated looking. Remember
I
in
started.
Star Trek when Data got like the big skunk patch in his hair in the future?
I do. I've been balding since I was 17, so I've just had massive amounts of time to accept not having hair and aging in general. Last time I had hair, there was a 19 in front of the year. So I've had time to get over it. That is my regular gray patches.
It's all right.
I think we just spend too much time trying. Like, there's a newscaster, and I know in Los Angeles it's competitive. You have to be young, you have to be beautiful to be on the news. There is this man that has to be our age. He dyes his beard jet black, and we watch the news at my job because we get up early in the morning, so we're watching the news. And everybody's like, that is the fakest dye job on planet. Fake from, oh my, that's fake. And you know what? I am no one to judge. I'm just saying this as conversation, but like he looks crazy. He looks like a Bond villain.
Seriously.
Oh, because you and I are in the same club. Today's Mother Teresa's birthday. Chris Hitchens is turning over his grave for that one.
For real.
Today's also National Dog Day.
Isn't every day National Dog Day?
Cherry Popsicle Day. I miss cherry popsicles.
Delicious.
Part of me, like, when I saw that, I'm going to go run out and go buy it. Literally around here, we have anchors who will literally hold on until they retire. It's so competitive. If you get bored, type in beautiful LA weather person. We do, every single one of our weather people are like, look at them. I'm like, how do you look so good at 4:30 in the morning? And I'm not talking about just makeup. Like, they're wearing, like, it's a different planet here. It is a different planet. Because when I lived in Arizona, they just said the news. When I lived in Oregon, it was just the news,
Was it Australia or Brazil where they do it topless? And it's like that's a good way to get the weather.
Brazil is crazy. It's Brazil. It's Brazil.
Brazil.
Well, I try to teach myself certain things, and Portuguese was so hard. I picked up on German, and I still have not picked up on Portuguese. I challenged myself to like learn other languages because, like the Latin languages, Spanish and French, I consider them kind of easy because I speak Spanish. But like German is hard.
And it's amazing how many people think that Brazil speaks Spanish.
Fun fact, KTLA was the first station to use a news helicopter. It's so funny you would say that when you were while I was talking, that's the station I was thinking of. They are the oldest LA station. They're the one station that's left that's not corporate. They're not
Really?
Yeah, they're like when they go yeah, they don't have a affiliate backup. They're not part of a major station.
Nice. Good.
Yeah. And one of the newscasters, I'll say his name, Chris Schaubel, he lives in my town, and because we're brown people in a town, hey,
I made it.
We're going tonight. We're going full Elvis, huh? Well,
Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
Thank you. I just
Okay,
jumped in.
says...
I will not be doing the weather topless.
But do you think we have ridiculously beautiful people on our news?
Yes.
I've lived in different states. Just like Kilroy was saying, like in Oregon, everybody's like, oh, I've been watching that guy since I was a kid. Like and keep in mind, like I'm thinking of Channel 5. They've been around for a while, but they haven't been around like Christopher Nance was back in the day. Or Fritz Coleman.
Familiar. Okay.
NBC4.
Yeah.
The LA weather people have a group of at least 5 people doing them up to look good. Yay! I have a Black Forest accent. Hi, hello, everyone's saying hello.
Hello. Thanks for the
Sydney, you
link,
could
Matt.
come in if you want to. I'll throw the link in if you want to come in. Since we're going full Elvis. If you would like to join, come on in.
Oh, she says okay. I have
Yay.
all of us on the screen.
Do you know what's really funny? I don't even know why I paid for it, but I could have up to like how many people? What's the max? You
I
can
don't
have
know.
a bunch of people. But I paid for it.
Then we can all just talk and not have to type anything.
I actually say just and still instead of just. Do you know what? When I lived, I lived in Mexico for like 6 months. It took me years to translate. Like I would always say tripas instead of intestines. I'd say kebab body dog. So
Delicious.
every it caught on. How are you doing this evening?
I'm all right. We
Awesome.
won at Spirit Island, and I lost
Woohoo!
at backgammon.
Oh,
Yeah, well, you know.
can't win them all.
No, I usually win at backgammon, but it just was not my night.
You're
Oh,
just being nice, letting them win.
Right.
You know, you got to get them coming back. You know.
Exactly. Otherwise, he'd get discouraged. And I did help him a lot. I'm like, no, don't do that. Do this other move. And then
There you go.
I lost.
I'm competitive. I'm
He
so
just sharked you.
You should ask my son. Like people will be like, "Oh, let's play a game of so and so," and he's like, "Don't play with my dad. He won't let you walk away until he wins. Don't play with my dad."
I mean, we all remember the first time our kids beat us at something. Like, yeah, like I remember, like just not too long ago, my kids wiping the floor up with me in like chess. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh no!
It's always been video games in this house because I thought I was the greatest gamer of all time. And it's always video games.
That title has been passed on to the next generation.
I have 2 backgammon sets and never learned to play it.
Oh, you should play Alibaba. I recommend what's it called? Backgammon XG. It stands for Extreme Gammon.
Extreme backgammon.
Right, but it has a really good tutorial, and I think that you can play. I think you can play on your computer. You don't have to have. You don't have to have a phone or a tablet, but it's Backgammon XG. I think Extreme Gammon, something like that.
You know what? Oh, sorry.
What?
I really
No, go ahead.
I really wasn't into Risk, and then I got it for the original PlayStation, and now everywhere I've lived since I bought that, I have the board game Risk. Like I love Risk.
It's a good game.
That reminds me. I wonder. No, I don't. I have this weird thing about grown men in video games. When my ex-wife was pregnant with Isaiah, I gave away the last video game system I had. And it wasn't until COVID did I start playing my 64 and my Sega Genesis.
Oh, really? You had a dry spell.
But they're not like... Okay, when I was a kid, I almost failed 10th grade because of Final Fantasy VII. Oh, there it is. Hey, that game mentored me through the summer of 1996 or 7. Yay!
Hi.
Hey, Sydney.
Hey, Sydney.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Awesome to
you
finally
welcome.
talk to you. I want to
Hi.
see that blitz again, Skits. That takes me back.
Oh wow.
Do you have you said you're getting the wrestling one?
Yes, that's on the way. And I also got Perfect Dark, Conquer's Bad Fur Day, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, I think Star Fox as well.
I have Perfect Dark. That was the first game I should have never let Isaiah play it because he mastered it. And then we played GoldenEye, and he literally, I could not get up. I could not get up. So, what's the weather like where you are, Sydney?
It's soup. Are you kidding me? It's like 100 degrees.
Oh,
At night?
I can't even go outside.
That's awful.
Yeah, it's
That's terrible.
bad. It's really bad here.
Alibaba, you have a 1959 original Risk. Oh, there's my stutters coming out. Original Risk wood pieces. That's awesome.
That's wonderful.
Ever since COVID, video games haven't really appealed to me. How's it going, Lucifer Almighty?
Hey, there he
Hello,
is.
Lucifer.
Is everything all good up there still? I hope.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah, he'll tell you, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, he
How are things for you, Sid?
I guess
How-
okay.
How's the
How's
family?
My mom is kind of okay. Nicole has lost her mind.
Haven't we all?
Let me see. My dad is tired of my mom. Just kidding. And
It's
am
okay.
I
I don't
really
think they'll watch the
kidding?
stream.
I don't think so either.
What are the odds, right?
Right. Oh my God. My mom doesn't even know what YouTube is, I don't think.
To
So
watch, she's a closet sewer, and she's like always watching Godless Sewing.
Yes, that's it. Let me tell you. Hey.
Lucifer
Yeah.
Almighty, is it smoky where you are? That's not a good sign because it might blow down here.
Oh,
Wow.
he's pretty up.
Oh, he's
I
like
know.
almost
I know.
Oregon.
Yes.
Okay.
He's the one I visited
Oh,
for
okay.
a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Smoky, yeah, no doubt.
He's glad that I'm not there because I'm asthmatic too. So.
Oh, I'm sure. That would tear you up.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't have any lung issues there.
It's
Yeah,
the
I
long
know.
exposure that gets you after a while.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Because they called it something though. It's not fire alarm. Where's Google? They there was some weird technical term that they called it. I was like reading. LA Times has everything behind a paywall, but they'll let you read one or two stories. So I always
Damn you!
I always sneak one in, but they called it something, and I was like, that's so intriguing. Oh, what was it called? I'm gonna try to Google. Google is your friend.
Google is your friend.
Probably not asking your Alexa there.
I think it is fire alarm.
Charcoal lung? Oh, that sounds terrible.
It is. It's acute hydrocarbon pneumonia caused by aspiration and inhalation into airways. And I'm not gonna
Okay. Godless, stop it. Make me more worried, okay?
Hydrocar is acute hemorrhagic necrotizing. Jesus Christ, necrotizing hemorrhagic.
I can't.
Oh,
What?
That
I
means
think
it bleeds out and dies.
They kept
Oh,
on
good.
saying it, and I'm like, yay, another thing to be deathly afraid of. Thank you. Thank you. And I live like in the epicenter, and they're like, oh, this and this. And I'm like, well, I can't tell the difference anymore.
Well, Lucifer said that there's fires all around them, not exactly
pretty
where
scary.
he is. So they're almost trapped almost.
Oh
Oh,
no.
that's crazy.
Right.
Scary.
And it's
Fire.
exactly. I'm like, you can come to me now.
These men are
Yeah.
not doctors. Don't listen to them, Sydney.
I know. Thank you, Kilroy.
There's fire eater's lung. That's a weird thing.
I thought you were supposed
I'll
to
talk to
breathe
Slim
out
about
when
that.
I was about to say, that's still, people still do that around here too.
I got my
Yay.
destination. Give me a distress Kermit stream. What?
That's
Oh my God.
Can we just say, I love the fact that Kermit has made a comeback at least 6 or 7 times.
Oh my gosh.
I watched.
He's so epic.
Was it Muppet Babies?
Yes.
Muppet babies, birthday dreams
They were
come
so
true.
cute.
Mm.
God, I feel old.
I'm older than you are.
Yeah.
Probably, but not by much. I don't think.
You'll have to remind me how old you are. I just remember that I'm older.
49. I'm 49.
49? Okay. I'm older than you, but not by much.
Good. We're the only oldest. We're the only. It's just me and Water in the club, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got the youngsters down here.
I'll take
Yeah.
it.
Gen
I'll
X.
take it. I'll take it.
Hey, look at the trees.
Hey, trees, how's it
trees.
going? Animal and
Oh, hey,
Gonzo were
Pam.
my
Hi,
favorite
Pam.
Muppet Babies. Muppet Babies was the greatest.
They were. They're
my
so
mom-
cute.
My mom babysat when I was a grommet, so we watched every
Who's a
cartoon.
grommet?
I like saying that. I had an uncle that would walk up and be like, "What are you little grommets doing?" And it just stuck with me forever. It stuck with. So I call kids grommets now.
I dig it. I dig it.
What were their names? Alibaba, the guys on the balcony. What were they? Like Statler?
Oh my
Peanut
gosh.
Gallery.
I can't remember what their names are. I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember their names. Did they even have names?
I thought they were the Peanut Gallery.
They had names.
I like the two old guys.
Oh,
on the balcony.
Statler and Waldorf.
Oh, wow.
Waldorf. Okay.
Would have never got
Of
that one.
course. Of course, Skits looks it up. He looks
You know,
everything
Of course.
up.
I'm the Googler.
I
Gonzo.
know.
Gonzo is the best. You know what? I'm so mad because I'm so mad that we're having this conversation right now because I was gonna use a Muppet in Space thumbnail, but I didn't think anybody was gonna get the reference.
Anna, I'm sorry,
so
but
mad right now. And it was Gonzo and Piggy and everybody.
I'm sorry,
It would've
but
been great.
Animal rules. I'm sorry.
Animal was great. He was
rules.
rocking it.
He rules.
There's a man in my town who drives. We have the same truck, same year, shell and everything. He looks like Animal. He wears glasses. He has a big orange beard, and well, his hair is turning gray, but long hair. And he's an old school, like scuzzy guy that'll fix anything. But I would never say to his face that he looks like Animal. And his wife kind of looks like that other Muppet.
The hippie one with the long blonde, straight blonde hair.
And the big, yes, they weirdly look like, but I would never say it to their face. It was Muppets in Space. It was Muppets in Space was a movie.
in space.
And I was gonna
I don't know why I keep doing that.
But people get so offended at everything. I like censor myself sometimes.
Never self-censor.
I get weird hate mail.
Fraggle Rock. Oh my gosh. I
Fraggle
remember
Rock.
that show.
Yep.
Oh my god.
All right, I want to take it. Did anyone watch Teddy Ruxpin?
Of course.
No.
I don't remember if I did.
I had the Teddy Ruxpin up until the point where I would play Slayer in his tape.
Oh shit.
I know, I'm old. I had tape. But I remember when I got into metal, I was like, "Oh, come here, Teddy. You're gonna rock out." And Teddy was like, "Oh, since the dawn of time," he was like singing Slayer.
Oh jeez.
Makes
Teddy.
me think of that video that floats around with that little white dog with the fluffy ears and stuff that's rocking out to House of Pain.
Teddy was creepy though. Teddy
was creepy.
Yes.
It was kind of creepy.
I agree with you, Pam. I had all that, the My Pet Monster and all of that. But Teddy was creepy.
Oh my gosh.
Does anyone remember Silverhawks?
Silverhawks.
Yes.
I kind
Not
of
very
do.
well, but yes.
Do you know,
I kind of do.
Because of YouTube, I have discovered every cartoon that I didn't watch, like from like the late 70s, right before I was born, all the way to the ones around my era, which I didn't watch. YouTube's just so good for that. I have to look up what I was watching the other day. I got lost in this really hardcore 80s animation cartoon. I'm gonna look that up. It's in my watch later.
I was in good
Tom and Jerry rules though. Hey, and Scooby Doo. There you go.
classics.
Classic.
I was in Goodwill and I found an almost full set of Robotech. I said I have to have it
Wow.
just for the nostalgia.
I still have the book.
Oh my God, He-Man. Sorry.
He-Man was the great. He-Man was my guy. That was my guy. Because I was the
She-Ra is
youngest,
mine.
because I was the youngest, like I got everyone's hand-me-downs. So I had all of that. I came from a great neighborhood because I was the youngest. I was the oops kid, so everybody was like 7 or 8
The
years.
Oops kid.
Everyone was way older than me. Heavy Metal, the animated movie, and what was that other one? That really tripped out movie. It might have been. Was it Heavy Metal? There was another one.
You might be thinking of Heavy Metal, although the animated Lord of the Rings was pretty trippy too.
Mm.
I might be thinking of Heavy Metal. Oh.
I don't think I ever seen those.
There was one with like a creepy wizard.
Oh, Fantasia?
No, I've seen Fantasia. I've seen Fantasia in 1999. A friend of mine worked at a movie theater, and I've seen Fantasia when I was literally in outer space, aka mushrooms.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh yeah, still to this day, like when Magician's Apprentice comes on, I like stop what I'm doing.
Of course.
Great. I still watch the old school Magician's Apprentice. I was actually thinking about doing the Sewing's Apprentice, like doing a skit of like me with like a big shirt on, and then me as a wizard. Like that music is
Sewing
cool.
machines multiplying.
Right? Right?
This sewing room is filthy. Clean this up, apprentice. And I'd be like, okay.
And rolls and rolls of fabric everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, I scored today. Like
I bet you did.
I'm not gonna go back next week. And I know I say that every week.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not. No, I'm not.
Okay, let's take a pool. Everybody have a amount. How much will he go or not?
Oh, wow.
In the pool.
There's a dive bar in South Korea that played heavy metal on a loop 24/7.
Wow.
There's let's see if it's still there. There's a bar in Las Vegas. It's called the Double Down. I don't know if it's there anymore, but it's the only punk rock bar that I've ever been to, where they had like no effects on the jukebox and anything you could possibly think of from the beginning until the end. But I don't know if it's still there. There was one that followed the music industry through time. Animated Watership Down animation was okay too. And
Oh my God, the last unicorn. Sorry.
The Last Unicorn was awesome.
Oh, I remember that. God, buddy.
And now I have to Google to see if the Double Down is still there.
Double Down. Isn't that the KFC thing with the chicken and the...
Oh my God, that's a Cobes thing.
I actually had one of those before my city was like, get out of here.
Yeah, just they start banning, like, no, you're killing people.
They basically KFC left because they like my city's weird about health. But in California, they have to put like the nutritional value or anything. Imagine going to a drive-through and seeing that what you're eating is 10 kajillion calories.
Yeah, for real.
Makes you sad.
I'm an emotional eater, so I don't even look. I'm like,
So
let me
am
get a
I.
number. I'm like, can I get a number 1 extra large, please? And I literally just go like this.
Yeah.
I might go to In-N-Out tonight.
No, you won't.
I'm
You
gonna
just go.
mail you. I'm gonna mail you. I'm gonna
I
mail
know
you a
you.
bottle. I'm gonna mail you a bottle of Thousand Island. It's just Thousand Island. The only reason I'm harsh about this is because when my ex-wife was pregnant, we ate In-N-Out every day for 30 days.
Woo,
Oh
wow.
my goodness.
Every To the point where I was like, I'm not going. I was like, I'll take you, but I will not eat this.
I will never have a double animal style ever again.
So it makes so
Right.
like anything like that. You're like, I worked at a Baskin Robbins Togos. I'll still eat Togos. You man,
Togos.
you'll never catch me in the Baskin Robbins again unless my son's
I
like, I want
love
ice cream.
Baskin Robbins though.
But they're way overpriced. KFC, I love
See, I
drive-thru.
haven't been there in so long. I couldn't tell you.
There is a KFC by my dispensary that it's like on this weird road where it's like in this weird industrial area no one goes. So I go with Isaiah all the time. They cook everything fresh. So no matter what
Nice.
you order, it's smoking. It's made me love KFC again.
I always get the legs and thighs, all dark meat.
I don't like In-N-Out or Jack in the Box or Jimmy John's. I went through like this long period of no. I went through this weird health kick when my son, was in elementary school. But now I'm like, oh, he's like, I want to go to McDonald's. I'm like, let's go. But now he's the one telling me he doesn't want to go. Pam, is it because of the quality of it, or is it like because now like in California, Popeye's chicken for an 8-piece, it's like almost $30.
What?
Or they have crazy prices. I griped about this one time. I got a hankering and I went to Popeye's for an 8-piece and coleslaw. It was 30 something bucks.
Yeah, it's
terrible.
ridiculous.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
I'm on
even-
black. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And so even like KFC and like the family meal or what it's like 30, 40, 50. If you get like a big like 18 piece, it's like $50, $60. Like,
Right.
it's ridiculous.
I went to Panera, and like their sandwiches are like $12, $14, like for a
Yeah.
sandwich.
For a sandwich.
Yeah.
Everything's gone up. It's crazy.
It has. And Pam, you're right. Like certain places are gross. They just are. Our Popeyes was taken over by a family, and they know how to cook.
That's good.
I can't do Long John Silvers. I can't do those. I've never been to a Long John Silver that wasn't just a greasy pile of muck.
Okay,
Ugh.
that's like me and Whataburger. People
Okay.
swore by that stuff. I went to Whataburger and I'm like, this is like a glorified McDonald's or Jack in the Box. Like when I was in Texas, people were like, this is the greatest thing. And what's that other place? Churches. Because I live on a certain
Yes, churches. Oh my gosh.
because I live on a certain side of town, I had never seen a Church's chicken until I lived in Arizona.
Oh.
And I did not think it was that good. White Castle
Please
too.
have strong words about White Castle.
And what you know what, Jinx, trees, White Castle too. People swore by it. And the first time I ever saw White Castle, I was like, get off the highway. I've never been to White Castle. Nope.
It's
Not
like
that.
I like the
like-
frozen burgers.
yeah.
Same.
Frozen burgers?
You can buy them
On
at home.
purpose?
Yeah, you just take them
Yeah,
home and
pretty much.
microwave them.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought you meant like that this was like a way of serving it at the restaurant. And I'm
No,
like,
no.
that sounds disgusting.
Sounds awful. I like all your frozen food. And
Right. Crystal, we have Crystal that is kind of like the same as White Castle. It's
Okay.
just the southern version of White Castle, I guess.
Where you live, do you have a Hardee's?
Yes.
I have to ask that.
Lucifer's favorite place to go. He's like,
It's
wanting to
Carl's
come
Jr.
yeah, same
Crystal.
thing.
I
Yeah.
was about to say, you know what's so funny? I worked at one for years throughout my 20s. They paid for every bad decision I ever had in my 20s.
Uh-oh.
I'll still eat Carl's Jr. I'll still eat it. I'm weird like that. I'm craving fried zucchini right now. I'm glad that I'm not into Uber Eats because I'm on Twitter too much.
You should have Isaiah make you some fried zucchini.
What's that? What her name?
You should have Isaiah make you some fried zucchini.
That's really good, actually.
It's about the only way I like zucchini.
He's
Really?
actually he's such a good cook. He is such a good
See, that's
cook.
what I'm
I don't
saying.
even
I-
want to tell him. Like he's years ahead of people. Like for life.
Ooh,
For
I'll take a
life.
double Western bacon
Yes.
cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Yes, that he's like excited that I have one like 5 minutes down the road, and he doesn't have one near him, so he's like thrilled. So I think that's where he'll be a lot of the times instead of being here.
Oh,
So,
that's so
She's like, you're here to
funny.
visit me, not the Hardys.
right.
But can I ask you a question? Do you guys ever like when I lived in years ago? I had this conversation with Waternay. When I lived in LA, I would go to Denny's all the time. It was the greatest thing on earth. Nowadays, not so much. And IHOP too. Do you guys partake in any Waffle House places?
Yes, I did. Because Waffle House is big in the South, as we all
Of
know.
course, you got the Waffle House.
Yes.
Well, it's a proven fact
It's
that
actually pretty good.
I've driven from Santa Monica to Savannah, Georgia on the 10 freeway.
Oh,
And
wow.
once you get outside of California, there is the yellow sign Waffle House everywhere in America.
Everywhere, isn't it?
Everywhere. But for some reason, we don't have them in California.
Oh,
I
you've
used
been
to
to
work.
Savannah?
Yeah, I have family that
I love Savannah. That's my
Those
favorite
Savannah
place to go.
bananas.
I have family that still lives there.
Oh, wow.
I have cousins that go hunting in the forest for anything that's out there and live stream it.
For
Oh, wow.
anything. So if you're hiking out there, better watch out.
No, they're they're old school
Right?
country. And being from the city, like it's culture shock.
It is. It is.
Because I went there and they would always call me city boy, and that's they were being kind. They were being kind.
But
I
I
just
really liked it. I really like Savannah. It's a really cool place to
It is.
visit.
It's a college town, right? Yeah, it's like.
No, Savannah? No.
I
Oh,
don't
you
think
guys,
so.
oh, Pam and Trees worked at a Denny's. I'm obsessed with Denny's still to this
Oh.
day. I like Denny's, but I have not been in over 50. I think I like
Oh.
just the smell of coffee and food cooking. Because even in my own house, like I'll make coffee and like when the food's cooking, it's the greatest smell on earth.
Now you've got me
True.
wanting coffee. I wanted coffee before, but now I really want coffee.
I knew tonight was gonna be a late night, so I got a good night's sleep, and I pulled out my pot of coffee cup.
I love that cup. That's so funny.
My
I'm
grandma
not-
used to,
go
take
ahead.
me to Denny's. My grandma used to take me to Denny's all the time, and I'd get the prime rib, and I was like, la di da, you know.
Isaiah does that, but same like when I was a kid, I used to order chicken fried steak, and I thought I was a head cheese. I thought I was like the big cheese, you know. It's funny how over the years, do you guys so you do or you don't go to like
I used to
Waffle
go
House?
with my friend.
Oh, I do. I hop all the time. I love IHOP.
I have a friend who has a salsa club. And
Oh.
Oh,
so
wow.
we would meet up afterwards and play. No, not salsa the food, salsa the dancing.
My legs
And-
hurt.
Oh,
My legs hurt just thinking about going to a salsa. Last time I went to a salsa club, I could not walk the next day.
Oh no.
Me either, but I ate a lot of salsa.
You have to go
Right?
You have to go more often. And then Skits needs to find the right place. So you wanted to make it right.
The wrong
instead of
club.
left.
Sir, this
Not
isn't the
well.
salsa club. This is just the Taco Bell.
No Waffle House in dozens of miles from where I'm at. I'm gonna move right down the street from you and open a Waffle House. Diners are. I'm a greasy spoon. I am obsessed with grease. I'm a greasy spoon guy.
or holes
yeah.
in a wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Even back
I
when I used to
love
drink,
that.
I used to go to dive bars. Oh, I would prefer dive bars back in the day,
Mhm.
even though I do not drink anymore. Like, do you know what's so funny? I was thinking about this today. By that place where they were hanging out and drinking at 9 something in the morning, I walked past this one crazy bodega. Their food smelled so good, and it's funny how those little shops have the best food on earth.
True.
Oh yeah. Like I hit this little greasy spoon diner every week, and every time I walk in, they first off, hey, Skits, real name here. Yeah, and then like the head waiter, the waitress that's always there. She usually gives me a hug, and you want your usual, and like it's such a just a friendly, like small environment. It's the reason I go there, right? The food's fine, and like the owner slash one of the cooks back there makes his own fresh salsa, and like puts a little always puts a little thing on there just for me because he knows I like putting salsa on my end.
Very
Good guy.
nice.
Very
Do you know
nice.
what, Pam? I used to put Hershey's syrup in my coffee for years. Poor man's mocha.
I'm a little
Sure.
confused. Have you never had coffee before, Pam? Tell us.
And trees. I'm constantly thinking about because I actually knew someone that opened up the McDonald's by my house, and he lives in the big house. He can see my house. He can look in his backyard and look down at my house. Never.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That's fascinating. How do you live
When
past
I
the age of
sweat-
6 without trying coffee?
When I sweat, it's coffee.
Right.
Ah,
How did you have your coffee? I mean, I saw you put some hot chocolate, but like, was it drip or French press? Was it espresso?
You're totally guilting me to pull out my French press. I've been looking for it and I just found it. You totally. Because
French press makes good cold brew too.
everyone I've ever had, Isaiah breaks it.
Nutella. Interesting.
I would never thought of that.
Oh, it was a cake up. Okay.
I have a Keurig at work and at home.
I do too. I never use it though.
I used mine for a while, but then now it's just a pretty appliance in my kitchen. Makes my kitchen look official.
Right.
Right. Ooh.
For the pictures, for the gram.
I still have a bunch of K-cups if anyone ever comes over. If you don't like my truck, I make strong coffee. I make like truck driver.
That sounds like my mother.
Right. My office is always like, can you not make the coffee? Can you let someone else make it?
Are you that bad?
Dude, I make some army coffee. Like I mean, for even working with a bunch of vets, they're like, dude, you take coffee to the next level.
I go French
Figures.
press. I love a good French press. It makes I during this time of year I eat in my backyard a lot, and it makes me feel sophisticated when I'm sitting in my backyard with my French press. It makes me feel like I've made it. Makes me
Until
feel like-
Isaiah comes
I
along
wonder
and
what the
knocks it
poor
over. Is that what-
I'm seriously on YouTube. Like I'm seriously just on YouTube. No, it's not even that fancy. If it was a Snickers coffee, but definitely didn't take. Oh, it was a Snickers.
Ah.
So
I got you. So it's a creamer.
I
right?
got- well,
Each
no, it's a
time you
coffee.
give us more information, I'm getting clearer on why you didn't like the coffee.
For a while, I got hooked on thin mint creamer.
Okay.
Until
Right.
one day I was like, I have to stop because this is just making me crave Girl Scout cookies every day.
I'm a Starbucks snob. I'm sorry, I admit it.
So, can I ask you a question? How much money do you spend a month on it?
I don't because there's not one near me, thank God.
Okay.
But when I was at Lucifer's, there was one down the street, so I'll go almost every day to get it's kind of like a Arnold Palmer. They have kind of thing there.
Yeah.
It's really good, and if I do get a coffee, it's like a iced coffee with something in it, because I can't do it by itself. It's gross to me, but I try.
Ooh, look at the trees. That's a little hardcore. Like I used to just dump down like the instant coffee from the MREs, but I didn't remember. Granted, I was a Skull guy, but
I dipped for a while. I would not recommend it to anybody.
nobody.
No.
Such a terrible habit.
Yeah.
I
I had a friend and his mouth was starting to disintegrate. He
Oh,
said,
no.
"Oh, maybe I better stop this."
I went to it was called PLDC, Primary Leadership Development course. It was a non-commissioned officer academy, and we had this. There was this little, like it was a little area that we would go and you'd smoke or dip or whatever, like during your breaks or whatever. And we were over there smoking, and this little 5 foot nothing blonde, walks up to us, and we start talking to her as we naturally would, and she just puts in this fat dip. And forever there,
Oh.
we just called it the Little Dipper, and it was
That's funny.
That's so wrong.
Skips is always so wrong about everything.
The reason I asked about Starbucks is because when I lived in Portland, I had like almost a $300 a month habit, and I was
It does. It
poor
does get
20
there.
I was like 23, 24-year-old. I was just a broke kid, not realizing that like I was spending I was spending a paycheck, like half a paycheck,
Mm-hmm.
for real. Oh, good,
And
good
my
stuff.
my daughter Nicole, she goes every day. I don't have one so close to me, but she goes every day, and she always tells me about it. I'm like, I hate you.
I used to
She's
like to
an-
go in the evening, just kind of for the social aspect of
Right.
it.
Yeah.
You see the other regulars, you get to chat with the baristas, you can, read your
People
book
watch.
or browse or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I-
journaled.
yeah.
I'm a deeply troubled human. I journaled for over like 15 years, and I like fell into quite a few Starbucks circles throughout my 20s and stuff, because I'd always be hanging out at one, especially in the Hollywood area. I made lifelong friends at Starbucks.
You do.
Here's something that's awful. As
You're
far as
awful
Starbucks
anyway.
wise, don't you have no idea.
Yes, I do.
We used to meet at the local Starbucks or different coffee places. We had a rotation, but Starbucks was one of the places that didn't kick us out too quickly. But this was when I became a born again Christian, and that's
God.
where we would meet for our little Bible studies and things like that. And
At a Starbucks?
At a Starbucks, yeah,
Wow.
Starbucks, and there were two different other coffee places. I forget the names of them that weren't big mainstream, but yeah, we would go there and just sit there, and they would just because they would let us sit there and not kick us out.
Kilroy, you've never. Oh no, it's okay. You've never been to a Starbucks.
How do you exist in this day and age and not been to a Starbucks?
You're better off.
Even to use the bathroom.
Right.
Right. Because it's always clean, though. At least you know it's clean.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what's really funny? I'm a drive-through guy too, but my pops instilled in my head. I swear he got ripped off in like 1969 or something. The man never went through a drive-through again. So after my entire life, he's like, "No, we're going in." I'm still like that. It's just I don't even like that about myself. I still go into like the store.
I went to
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll make it quick. I went to a drive-through with my little buddy not too long ago, and I want to instill into him the some positive things, and we went through, and like the guy was super cheerful, like, "Hey, how's it going?" Being above and beyond on the just being a nice friendly person over the microphone and in person. So I was like, I just gave him a random $20 tip. I'm like, "Here you go, buddy," and he was super stoked, right? So I took off and I looked through stuff, and it's missing one of the drinks. So I go, I loop back around. He felt so bad. He's like, and I had my little buddy with me, and he's like, can I give him some, free ice cream? Please let me. I'm like, you want it?
Oh, that's hilarious.
So he got some free ice cream out of the deal.
Oh,
and
nice.
Like, yeah, it was great. Yeah, but like, he just felt so bad because like I made like this like overt deal just mostly granted he deserved it but just trying to also instill in just 11-year-old that all employees are important and should be appreciated, not even though they're just just fast food workers, if you will.
I'm like that with my son. I say may I please and please for everything. I start the sentence with may I please and I end it with please or thank you.
I do the same thing.
and he does it. So
Good.
like just like every morning I get up and stretch, he does the same thing. So I'm like, all right, when I go anywhere, I'm like, may I? But I worked in fast food, you get trashed.
Mm.
People,
do.
and then a lot of the time you're making more money than the person trashing you
True.
It's sad but true, really.
because you have a
It's true.
full-time job.
Right.
Mm.
Like it's so even at the dispensary, I tip heavy.
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
good.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Right.
The
But see,
only
that's the
thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that's the problem with the quote service industry. Some people seem to think that defines the person, and like it's a job. It's not a it's not who they are. And then also being good at service is a skill, and a lot of
True.
people don't have it.
Absolutely.
You'd be surprised how many people don't know how to mop a floor or aren't willing to be taught. Like I was raised by a non-married guy, man. Man, I impressed people by my mopping skills. I didn't have the heart to tell them
Wow.
I had to mop the kitchen at 8 years old. Like I have experience, bro. I have experience,
For real. When you get an abuelita who's, telling you what to do here and there.
Oh, my grandma was white glove, like old school white glove. Like it was more pressure on my mom than the kids, My grandma was judgy.
Ah,
I'm
sounds like
currently
my grandmother.
a truck stop maintenance man, and there's more bags of shit and bottles of piss than I can
Oh.
admit. You know what? I work on 65 acres, and like you'd be surprised what people, we do what's called a perimeter check because I'm not on a main road, but it's a weird road that goes, it's one of those weird mountain roads. You can always tell when someone has a cop behind them because they chuck everything out their window.
Mm.
We have a collection of jars because pot's legal here, so people throw their pot jar out the window, but like people are gross.
Oh.
Yeah,
Human
they
beings
are.
just, and they throw things out their window. We wonder why it's illegal to throw a cigarette butt out their window. I've put out at least 3 or 4 fires in the field because someone's
Oh wow.
driving by and flicks the cigarette in a dry field.
That
Right.
drives me
in
batty.
like the wildfire state.
Oh yeah,
That's lovely.
I think people like if they can like they should be it should be a big charge like attempted arson or something like that for people who do that because
honestly, I think it should be attempted murder.
right, it's something
Honestly.
big.
True.
Yeah.
During the 07 fire, it burnt down half of the. I was like, it's unreal. It's unreal to be engulfed in flames all around you. I remember my brother grabbed me. He's like, "Are you crazy?" And he like dragged me away because I was just standing there like in shock. Like the entire half of the property was just burnt down, just literally right in front of my face.
Right.
It was like a war zone,
Oh, may I ask something real quick?
Of course you can.
Everybody knows what. Well, I don't know if everybody knows, but September is Childhood Cancer Month, and all I ask is some. You don't have to wear it all the time, but some kind of gold, in memory of my daughter.
I will.
You don't have to wear it. Just be near you or something, just to honor her.
Does
If you
jewelry count?
If you want to, that's up to you.
Let's go.
Just some kind of goal, just to, because childhood cancer needs to be more addressed.
I agree with you. I actually
Of course.
I have somebody that I've known basically my entire life, and her daughter got cancer as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is she alive?
Do you know what's really funny? I don't know because we stopped talking.
Oh.
Like we were part of a really big group, and her daughter got cancer, and she had to take care of her daughter 24 hours a day, and like
You do, and you do.
she drifted off. She moved away, like far away from
Okay.
here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think what Kilroy said, people do not take like ushers and people like that. They don't realize that maintenance people are the ones that keep this world going.
Mm-hmm.
at
Right.
all. They do not realize that. Like,
Very. I'm so glad, Alibaba.
Yeah.
I'm very
hear.
glad. Good to hear.
oh, excuse
Very
me.
good.
I should look that up. You know what? I'm almost scared to see if her
No, you
daughter.
don't.
Yeah.
It was
Oh.
because it was someone that I've known my entire life, and she just like, and out of respect, she even told us like, I can't, like we were literally part of a friendship group, and she told all of us like, she's like, I'm not gonna come around anymore, like she broke up with us, but it was
Oh,
because her, but she was going through it heavy,
that's a
but
lot. It's a
she had,
lot.
she had a fundraiser though, and I showed up with 45 motorcycles, and every person I could muster, I'm like, everybody, put as
Oh,
much
nice.
money as you can in here right now.
Very nice.
I put the all
Very
call
nice.
on Facebook.
I never really ask for money because that's what families do. I don't believe in that because Skits knows this. I won't ever ask for money. I never have, never will. And, that's what my family's for. And so, you know, because I had somebody come at me on YouTube about my daughter. And so I don't, that's
You know
my
what?
thing.
There some people it bothers me when people have opinions on things like that, but like some people are so bold. I think people should just leave each
Oh,
other alone. My grandfather
exactly.
passed away from
I'm
cancer.
sorry. I'm sorry, Trees. I'm sorry to hear that.
My pops passed away from complications of lung cancer.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Every male in my on my dad's side, whoever picked up smoking passed away from lung cancer.
Maybe you should stop.
I haven't smoked nicotine in like 5 or 6 years.
Good.
Waternay's
Good.
trying to get me to only eat edibles, but I would not be a functioning human if I did that.
So maybe find a different kind and just have a little nibble instead of the whole thing.
Um,
We want you with us.
Trees. Yes, it was very hard to watch.
Mm.
And I mean, I only Skits has seen my daughter's funeral. He's the only one because I've known him longer. Yes, she had cancer for 16 years,
Oh,
and she never she didn't have hair for like 8 years. I really never really go into her death, but
my mom
at
had
the,
my mom had breast cancer, and she still rocks the
that's great.
she still
That's
rocks
wonderful.
like she lost most of her hair, and she still rocks the buzz cut.
Yeah.
That's how I
Hannah
know.
had Hannah had a human wig that uh Orthodox women made for her.
oh
Because
wow.
Orthodox women in my religion, they cut their hair
Yes.
and they wear wigs,
Yep.
and so Hannah got a wig from them, and it was beautiful on her.
That's
Um, but
awesome.
but her death was awful, and she at the end she looked. I hate to say this because it's my own child. She looked like she was in the concentration camp at the end.
Mm.
It's killed me, but she did live for 16 years, longer than what they thought, and I am not blessed, but happy she lived that long. But yet it was hard to watch her suffer too. So it's like, you know, but she did kick ass with cancer for that long. She was badass. She was very strong. She's my hero, just like her sister. And so, you know, a person that could do that for 16 years is badass to me. So,
Absolutely.
you know,
we
sorry
we do-
and thank you.
we donated Isaiah grew his hair out for
Oh,
years.
nice.
He looked like one of Ice-T's kids. I don't know if you've ever seen Ice-T's son never cut his hair. It reminded me of Isaiah. We donated that because my mom had breast cancer, so we donate to all different kinds of organizations.
That's ridiculous that like locks of hair, you have to pay for it. That's so stupid.
Well,
For cancer patients.
we found organizations that don't charge.
You're right, but that's ridiculous that something like that big, you have to pay for it. That's ridiculous. I mean, not everybody can afford a wig. You know, come on.
Same trees. My pops was the toughest dude I ever known, so it was hard to watch him pass away with cancer. And he was like drill sergeant hard ass. So it's hard to see someone like that vulnerable, you know?
Yeah, it is. It very is. Because you think of them as badass too, you know? I didn't mean to bring anybody down.
It's
That's
okay.
not, you know?
It's okay. Today is also National Day of Repentance in Papua New Guinea. I see you. And it's National Toilet Paper Day.
Oh, everybody get your toilet paper.
I didn't go to Target for mine.
Darn it.
I have so much stuff. I have so much stuff hidden. Water should be right back.
Okay.
No, her sometimes her internet kicks out. Oh, Water, where'd you go? Seriously, thank you for sharing us with though. It is rough. Yeah. It is. Yeah, and see, I think that's part of the problem. Like in America, we deal a lot with cancer because we don't have
we don't have the cure for it.
Well, also our healthcare system depends on who you are.
It's terrible.
Yeah, depending on who you are is the kind of care you're gonna get.
Exactly. I mean, $500,000 for a child to have, and that was 16 years ago. Well, 17 years ago was $500,000. I can't imagine what it costs now.
I was just talking about this the other day. It cost $22,000 to have a kid in 2009. I wonder how much it costs now.
I don't want to know.
It's some insane. Let's see, what else is it? It's National Web Mistresses Day. It's National Web Mistresses Day. And I looked into this because it's not what you think it is. It's celebrating women. It's celebrating women who are web developers. Get your mind out of the gutter. I put that in my own notes. I literally put get your mind out of the gutter in my own notes. And today's Women's Equality Day as well.
Wow.
Well, for 4 more minutes.
For 4 more minutes, right?
On the West Coast.
Yes, I'm gonna say that's
already
over
expired
for
you guys.
Yes.
No more women's equality for you.
Dang it.
We're going to take over.
Yes.
It's time. We ride at dawn.
We could, you know what? Waternay, we could take over this Godless's live stream.
Go right ahead.
The whole stream. I'm ready.
So I'm all right with that.
I'm kidding.
It's funny you would say that. There was a psychic that was like, my mom would go see him all the time. I wouldn't talk to him. I was like, you need to stop ripping off my mother.
Right.
You need
That's
to
ridiculous.
And I may or may not have like stood over this person and was like, look. Well, their address was on their address was on the credit card receipt, you know, so I got nosy. And
I bet you did.
I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I would cry if my job told me to cut my beard. I've only only started growing facial hair during COVID.
Don't join the
because nobody went anywhere.
The New York Yankees. Then they don't allow facial hair, right?
I saw that. Did you see they made the ball boy cut his hair?
Oh, the ball boy too.
Some schlub took a picture because the kid he looked like a 1970s Yankee. Honestly, he had long blonde hair and a mustache.
Oh wow!
He looked like a 1970s baby. He's just some kid got a job.
Why would they make him cut his hair?
Oh,
Well, the
These
original
Yankees.
owner, right? The original owner, the one who I don't know if his
George
family took
Steinbrenner?
over. Right. That's all. They had to be clene cut, everything.
Well, you
Yeah,
can
So-
be tidy and have
cliched.
long hair.
Yep. Well, he didn't like that. So
Yeah, they're
yeah.
the only I think the only MLB team that has like that weird requirement.
Right. Hmm.
That's it. It's just the Savannah Bananas for me then.
For real. Go bananas.
Yeah.
Go nanners.
Oh, that's
Oh my God.
Roswell, what is it? The Roswell Rockets are a good team. I like all the really weird ones. And guys,
Yeah.
if you ever go to Roswell, there's a lot more to do than just buy a bunch of alien merch. Go
No,
check it out.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
It's a podunk town, but they have a baseball team. Everybody talks
Yeah.
trash about Lancaster, California, but I go and see the Jayhawks all the time because where can you pay like $20 to see every washed up baseball player from here to Japan? Literally, that's on the West Coast.
we have
Literally.
the Montgomery biscuits. You can get biscuits there. Yes.
Did they come with a cup of gravy?
I don't know because I don't eat it. So I don't know. Getting toast.
That's just biscuitist.
There's
Why?
actually
I don't eat sausage. You
He's
know
going for
that.
racist, but with biscuits.
You know I don't eat sausage. So
I
Well.
like my biscuits with cream and jam.
I'm bougie in that sense. I eat strawberry preserves. I love, and you know what? Let's have a talk. Don't they have a petrified forest in Roswell, New Mexico? Alexa, is there a petrified forest in Roswell, New Mexico?
From Rome2Rio.com. Petrified Forest National Park is 1 hour behind Roswell.
Awesome.
that's not bad. That's good.
1 hour behind Roswell? From what perspective?
I was
Waternay is officially our navigator because you asked the logical question. Where are we going? There's a comedian that says there's a comedian I know that says if you ever take a person of color with you in the woods, you'll never get lost because people of color ask questions. You'll never get lost. We will never get lost with you, Waternay, ever.
Good math reader.
That's a logical question.
I used
I
to
saw
have
the
this guide and I knew how to use it.
I saw that skits, the raspberry jam you had. My dad loves that too. Is that raspberry?
This is blackberry preserves.
Raspberry.
Oh.
Okay, there's the raspberry of that. My
Sweet orange marmalade
uh,
and the strawberry jam.
Oh, that stuff's so bomb.
Okay, so
Sorry, go ahead, Waternay.
write this down, Skits. McCutcheons. 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 I think that's how you spell it. They're small batch indie.
Fruit butters, preserves,
Yes.
jams, and jellies.
Now do yourself a favor and get yourself some of the black raspberry preserves.
ooh,
And you know what?
yum.
Just order 6 jars because
guys are
Just get us. Get a,
it's
you know what? Get a
cheaper on
baker's
the
dozen while you're at
shipping,
it.
And
They're temporarily closed until it's oh wait, the online store is temporarily
Oh, my
closed due to
goodness.
site maintenance. Okay, so
goodness.
okay.
Skits is trying to scare everybody, as you know.
So
Same
let me
trees.
tell you, get yourself some of that. It is the best
I'll check it
jam
out.
I've ever had.
I do love me some jams.
Mhm.
I eat the same thing that Trees does with cottage cheese. You guys are making me hungry. You guys are making me hungry.
I know, and I don't want to get up.
This is what I was gonna go off about. Okay. So who ignores the Welch's grape jelly when you go to Denny's or wherever? That is the most ignored jam on earth.
Oh.
I don't
the
do grape
greatest-
jelly.
It's the greatest stuff on earth.
I
It
still
is.
do grape jelly.
It is the
I usually
greatest.
look for marmalade.
Are you racist?
I'm rapist.
I see. I knew something.
I'll take me a marmalade or a nice
Uh,
preserve.
uh-huh. I
Grape
bet.
jelly would probably be my second choice.
Oh my God.
Baklavas. Baklavas.
Oh, I make a mean baklava. Oh
You
man,
do?
I do. I love me some Greek cooking, especially with phyllo dough. Oh, I make a mean baklava.
Ooh,
They
yum.
sell.
That's
There's
it. Speaker and baklava.
there's a greasy spoon that I go to all the time, more than I want to admit. It's in my neighborhood, and they sell them to the
Ooh.
point where, like, if your order's over a certain amount, they give them to you for free. And I'm like, why are you doing this? As I'm in the car eating it on the way home.
Right. Right? Especially when it's so good. You're like, give me all you can.
Oh, they
I
do
think
that in my
that's more of an
dispensary
American
too.
thing, Alibaba. What?
They do that in my dispensary. It's so mean. Y'all know I'm gonna come back, and they give me these mega deals, and they're like, "Go spin the wheel," and I'm like, "Look, you guys know I'm gonna come back. I'm too old. I have stuff to do. I can't be eating edibles all the time. Like, I got stuff to do."
And then they give you a free edible, and you eat it anyway.
Yes,
I thought
I
you weren't
nurse.
supposed to
You
eat
know
the
how
whole
I
thing.
knew? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I thought you weren't supposed to eat the whole thing. I mean, they make it look like a cookie, but you're only supposed to eat like a bite or something. Am I wrong?
You eat it, you get high, you get the munchies. You're like, man, that cookie looks delicious, and you just continue the process. It's a horrible cycle.
No, I've learned. I only buy the little cubes. They're like gelatin cubes. And
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
So like they're like 10, 15 milligrams at a time. So you know what you're doing to yourself as you're taking them.
Okay.
A long time ago, I used to go to this dispensary that would make like they would cook everything in a butter. So they would make like what's it called? Goldfish. They would make Chex Mix. They would make all
Oh,
this stuff.
really? Oh, wow.
I got so hooked on it, but the problem was I ate so much I had a crisis one time.
Yeah.
And I
I can
never
imagine.
ate them again.
That's
You
what.
have to be
Me neither, Pam.
careful. You have to be careful, Pam. You have to be careful because they're so strong. That's why I don't touch them. Because as someone who's indulged in that most of my life, that stuff floors me, and I'm a professional. So I can only imagine what it would do to somebody. Because
I
all the
feel
time
like
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like they should make, you know how they have, well, of course you know, how they have like the different kinds and you get the this tobacco if you want this, and you get the this if you want this other kind of high or be thinky or whatever. They should do that with the edibles at the same as well.
Ever since pot's been legalized across America, I hear nothing but horror stories because people they don't know their own tolerance, so they'll take one. And then they get physically ill, or they don't realize like when something gets in your bloodstream, it's different than smoking it. It's different, like all these different things there's different ways of delivering it. And when you eat it, it gets in your bloodstream, and I literally call it holding on to the couch.
Oh
For
no.
dear life, you're like sitting on the couch, you're like, why am I moving? I don't like that. I'm too old for all of that.
I have a horror story about that because it's in the South. There you can't have weed. It's not
Oh yeah.
legal here. I had it for the first time or second time. I ate two, and
Oh,
I
no.
got paranoid, and I couldn't get it because I was, like I said, I was with Lucifer, and I couldn't get out. He said it took you almost an hour to get out of that state. That I was paranoid to the point where I thought my ex-husband was coming after me.
Oh.
Do you know what's funny,
Yeah.
Alibaba? Someone gave my mom Sour Patch Kid edibles.
Really?
She was like, "Oh, do you want these?" I was like, "Let me see." I was like, "Who gave these to you?" I was like, "You never take drugs from people." I was like, totally like, "Do you realize what these would have done to you?" Thank you. They were not that strong though. I started getting a stomach ache from all the gummies. I don't mess with that stuff because like I call it the old man cabinet. When I go to the shop, I literally make a left because I'm
Oh
like, I
man.
want that and that. Like it's like literally old man stuff. Even a lot of the new stuff. I jokingly say it, but it's true. Like I have stuff to do. I can't be non-functional, you know?
Mm.
Like
Right.
I have a job where I'm constantly on call. I live in the same town as my job, so I'm always over there. I have a special needs kid. Like I have to be paying attention.
So we're gonna blame Lucy here for turning Sydney into a drug addict. It's your fault. This is her brain on drugs. That's you.
But it's so strange to me
Wow. Okay.
because of
Nick-
communication. Like I hear all these horror stories on Twitter, all these things, and I'm like, man, don't touch those edibles unless you know what you're getting yourself
Right.
into.
Nicole, my daughter wanted him to record it because
Oh
she wanted
God,
to see me high,
Oh no.
and of course,
Ruh-roh.
she thought because she's a kid, she went to college, she did all that, so she knows
She's
all
been
that.
there, done
She's
that.
been there, and
Got the
she knows.
T-shirt.
And as like everybody on Slim's side of the community calls me the innocent one, which is pretty much true. Because
Pretty
I never
much.
pretty much.
I'll tell
Yeah.
you, it's better to be the innocent one. I always
Yeah.
jokingly say that I was rode hard and put out wet. Like life has chewed me up and spit me out from a bunch of bad decisions, you know. So it's
Right.
better to be. And you know what's really funny? In a lot of cases, I'm the innocent one. When I go online, someone will say something. I'm like, "Ooh, I don't do that. Oh, I've never heard of that."
Right.
Like,
Oh my.
I thought I was a pirate. I thought I was a pirate until I got online, and I'm like, "Oh, they're swashbuckling over there." Like, I just sit at home and sew. I'm literally adding purple trim to my coat. Like, no,
And then your
man.
Urban Dictionary what swashbuckling is, and you're like, oh
Right.
God.
Right. Because some of the stuff that Skits and Slim and all talk about, I'm like, no.
No. You put what in the where?
Yeah, and I'm like, what?
I've lived, I've traveled, but because of my upbringing, I said no to a lot of things. So I was much more of an
Mhm.
observer, you
See,
know.
that's why, yeah, you watch. I'm the
Observer,
same way.
voyeur. Yeah.
I want to see what happens to that person first. Like, oh, if that guy's geeking out on the ground, like, oh no, I don't want any of
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
But if someone's having fun, I'm like, I'll have what she's having. And if you
Right.
remember the movie, we're all around the same age.
Right.
I'll have what she's having.
I bet. Skits.
Oh my.
I'll tell you,
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. The older I get, I do not have the heart for all of this weird stuff that these kids are doing, literally and physically. I
Right.
do not. I'm too old to try a new habit. Like, I'm a prude in that sense. I will not. I had a good friend who she started taking oxys at 40 years old, and she was passed
Oh
away by
no.
45.
Mm.
And so now that and that was when I was in my 30s. Now that I'm her age now, I'm like, no, I will be a teetotaler. I will mind I'm gonna sew. I'm gonna have a fabric habit.
Right.
Because physically, as you get older, your body, like when I was 20, I got in a motorcycle accident and I stood up. And people were like, dude, don't move. You like I rolled like 100 feet. My helmet was just scarred. And I
Oh.
stood up. Like nothing happened. You know, if that
Wow.
happened now, I'd be in the hospital. Or a
Right.
full body cast. You know?
Right.
It hurts to breathe.
That was my last car accident. But like, you know, when you're a kid, you're invincible. When you're an adult, no,
Right.
thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Right.
That's
Because
like even today when I go downtown, like I see people. I lived in Los Angeles 23 years ago. There
Oh
are
wow.
people down there that are still down there from 23 years ago.
Really?
I wonder they're still alive, given.
I say the same thing. Even I
Right.
even see Hollywood kids. Well, see, the thing is, they're not kids anymore because we're all in our 40s. Oh my gosh, I'm old. But anyways, I see people that I knew that were Hollywood kids 20 something years ago, and they're still in Hollywood. Or like there was someone I saw in downtown today that we're the same age, and he looks like he's 140 years old.
Oh no.
Mm,
You know,
Yeah.
so
yeah.
That's kind of sad.
but we all make choices in life,
Woo.
and this person chose to make bad choices, continue to make bad choices, and you
Right.
will live those results for better or for worse, you know.
I
True.
mean, they don't call it hard living for nothing.
Yeah.
It's really good for me though. Like when I saw him, I was like, okay, I'm on the right path. But
Exactly.
I rarely go on the I haven't been on the Hollywood, and you guys can make fun of me for this, but I probably haven't been on the Hollywood freeway in like 10 years, 11 or 12, and it's a strip of a freeway. So when I went on it today, it was weirdly nostalgic because when I drove past like Universal Studios, I used to live in that area. When I drove past like Hollywood, I used to live by the Capitol Records building,
Oh wow.
which is no longer the Capitol. I don't even know what they call it anymore.
They changed the name of it? Oh my goodness.
It's a big round building that Jenny Gump
Right.
and Forrest Gump. Jenny Gump is
Yeah.
standing on it. I have Freebird in my head now. That is such a good scene. Me and my friends, we talk about that all the time. We're like, don't be like Jenny Gump.
Don't be-
We use
Oh.
Jenny Gump as an example.
Oh, you're talking about what's his name's wife, right?
Yeah,
Forrest
Forrest
Gump.
Gump.
Forrest Gump. Thank you. I thought so. Yeah.
Just as
She
movies
lived a
go.
hard life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Especially with the AIDS.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's when it was kind of coming out, wasn't it? When that was made? Maybe. I don't know.
It was
No,
when it was
that's
becoming real
exactly
bad. Yeah.
in the 80s, in the early 80s.
And it wasn't it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at first it was no one knew what it was.
Right.
Mm.
And they thought it was just for the gay people.
And then by the time 1990 rolled around, it was a pandemic,
Everywhere.
and
Yeah.
everybody forgets that they classified it as a pandemic.
Yeah.
Mm.
I guess because I was a
Everyone forgets.
teenager when it happened.
Well, it's because it was worldwide. All of a
Right.
sudden, it was all in Africa. It was in Southeast Asia.
Well, I think when Freddie Mercury died, that's when I think everything kind of exploded because
Yeah.
somebody big died from it.
For here,
And so
where I live, it was Ryan White and Magic
I
Johnson.
remember Ryan White because he was nobody wanted him in that school, right? Wasn't that
Yep.
right?
Yeah, that's back when people thought you could get it from sitting in a toilet seat.
Right.
People were crazy.
Yes.
People were
Yes.
just like, And what's funny? I listened to a lot of like 90s rap, and they talked about it a lot. A lot.
I really? I
Yeah.
guess I don't pay attention.
I'm stuck in the past though. Like I still listen to DJ Quick. If you've watched any of my videos, there's a beat that goes dun 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 dun. It's like the chill beat I played in every video. That's DJ Quick. I'm surprised he hasn't sued me yet. I'm
Like,
serious.
publicly?
I'm kind of serious that I haven't had some goons come to my house like, bruh, you've used me in every video, bro. Like, I really have.
Well, the musicians like it. It's the publicists who get all who have to like defend their thing.
Uh-oh.
I wondered where you went. Pedro first season of The Real World. Yes.
Oh, I remember that.
They still
Oh
have
my God. My sister cried. She was talking about that because she was so upset he died. And, I remember that.
Back when San Francisco was a functioning place, they would have visuals for him every year. I don't know if they do it anymore. Excuse me, because San Francisco is not a functioning city anymore. But they used to light up the city for him every year.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it used to be a death sentence.
Yeah.
Like,
yes, exactly. Because I had a friend that was very close to me pass away of AIDS. So and it was
My
hard.
my mom had a best friend who they called it bathhouse AIDS. He
Oh,
he got it and died within like 6 months.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
think I
But
remember that.
that's
I think.
when I was a little kid, and you know what the funny thing is? Like I grew up in a very open-minded household. My dad was friends with them. They would like ride bikes and stuff. Like he didn't care, he
Right,
didn't care. And Bill was a part of my family. He was like
right.
a part of my family, and yeah, it's a sore
It's
spot
difficult,
for me because
right?
he passed away like 1990 or 91 or something like that.
That's when same thing. He was a family friend. He died. He was like the second person in Alabama to die from it. So
Oh wow.
I understand completely. So
I think I have a bunch of like AIDS memorial stuff. And we do a lot of stuff here in LA, but San Francisco just is no longer a functioning place.
Yeah.
really, I haven't been to San Francisco in so long. It
They're
was
having
fun.
issues since the pandemic because a lot of the tech companies that were driving everything up just left.
Oh,
And so
oh,
then we have a bunch of they have a bunch of homeless people because they were driven out of their homes and things by the rise in prices because of the tech companies, and then the tech
oh,
companies are no longer there and don't have the office buildings that they were renting, and it's not the traffic for all the stores and things downtown.
uh,
The people
okay.
aren't there, wanting to rent houses, but there's
Mhm.
still a housing shortage and prices are still high. It's a
Right.
mess.
And
Cause I,
downtown, um, a long time ago, well, not a long time ago, like, I don't know, 10, 11 years ago, I went to San Francisco, bought a bunch of CDs at a store on Haight Ashbury, bought a bunch of touristy stuff, went to the wharf, ate a giant sourdough bread of clam chowder, like literally was watching the seals, had a great time. All of those shops are closed now.
Oh wow.
wow.
Budzana is
Everything,
gone.
the wharf is completely closed, basically
Really?
Wow.
because
Wow.
no one's going down there anymore.
Mm.
Wow. I had no idea.
I I had a dream of living in San Francisco, but I'm not a cajillionaire.
Right.
My uncle is, but I'm not.
From the time I was probably I tried to move to San Francisco 4 different times, and I did not have enough money every single time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like a small when it was bustling. I thought it was like a small New York to me, because at
Okay.
because it had like all the restaurants, all the
Oh yeah,
stores, and to me it was like a small New York because it had a lot what New York had. It's
I
just
agree with you in that sense because I'm obsessed with Thai food and Indian food, and
ooh,
some of the best I've ever had has been in San Francisco.
I bet, I
But
bet.
LA is like that too. When I drive downtown, there are blocks of shops that used to be open that are completely closed. And even
Oh,
today, I went down Broadway, which when I was down there, it was dangerous, but they had thriving businesses 20 something years ago. Every single kiosk, you could walk into these weird malls. You'd be like, where am I? And you'd like come out on another street. They're all closed.
oh
Mm.
wow, that's
So
sad.
basically, like the flower district is thriving because people need flowers.
Right,
The fashion district is thriving because people buy fabric, they buy patches. You
right.
need, we're clothes are one of those weird things that, like, regardless of,
Everybody needs.
yeah, it's like a toothbrush.
Uh, Right.
you know, but
Yeah.
it's sad because even 20 something years ago, I was like, downtown's gross, but it was
I,
thriving.
I remember because we went to the AMA awards
Hmm.
because Hannah um won it and we went and I remember it it was like you didn't go down there that I was told you don't go down to downtown um Los Angeles because it's like I don't know. It was at the time dangerous, I guess.
In 2019, they found a form of meningitis that had not been seen since the medieval time.
Oh my gosh.
Have a great night, Alibaba. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Night,
Your-
Alibaba.
Good
Your
night,
knowledge-
Alibaba.
Your knowledge is
Remind-
definitely needed.
Remind me to show you my new sewing machine next time.
Oh, awesome. I know I'm pulling a full Elvis tonight with the sequins and everything.
The cape.
Oh,
Oh my God, the cape.
So I was watching the Rah Rah Rasputin video, and the guy had this sequin cape, and that's why I bought sequins today. But his was red, mine's blue. But I'm gonna make I'm a cape maker, and like I haven't worked with sequins, but I laughed because when I took it out of the bag, there was just glitter and sequins everywhere. So this is gonna be fun.
I think I would be inclined to cheat and buy sequin fabric rather than sewing sequins on myself.
It's sequin fabric.
Okay.
It's like a giant thing. It's just a giant. I asked him for 4 yards. And he probably gave me like 5 or 6 or 7.
Were you speaking Spanish again?
It was my buddy who was drinking in the morning. He loves me. He was so excited to see me. 3 weeks in a row shows some dedication.
Nah.
Trees. I've been to Oakland too. It's a crazy place. There's a song that says like, "Oh, so and so is like Compton." Like, nah, man. Oakland is one of the scariest places besides Baltimore. I've been to Baltimore too. Like, some of the scariest places I've ever been.
I have a cousin that's a police officer there.
In
In
Oakland.
Oakland?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Oh, wow.
And
I have family members that moved up there.
yeah, and I have another cousin that's Skits makes fun of Coast Guard in the Bay Area.
That's part of the 5 points. Skits, if you're listening, that's part of the hand. That's part of the hand.
He makes fun of him.
Nah, the
He
Coast
said
Guard
he-
is part of the 5
Yes.
points, man.
He's like they're wimps. They don't. I'm like, oh, you tell my cousin that, okay?
The hand, man. Don't
The hand.
hand, the 5 points, man.
We do all
Right?
that, and they're on a little boat.
Exactly. Hello.
I don't know
Oh,
about
that's funny.
dude. In California, our Coast Guards, they bust like cocaine. They bust cocaine submarines, dude. There's this hardcore video of a Coast Guard jumping on a submarine, and he needed a wheelbarrow to leave work that day. Is all I gotta say. He needed a wheelbarrow. The hand trees, the hand, they're part of the hand. Oh, I knew somebody that like anytime anyone would bring up the Coast Guard, they're like, "We're part of the 5 points," to the point where nobody would bring up the Coast Guard because this guy was Coast Guard and he was just tired
Right.
of being made fun of. He was just tired of it. Where I live, I used to go surfing. You see the Coast Guard all the time. They're chill.
True.
They're chill. They're chill.
True.
We're Army veterans. We have to bust Coast Guard's balls.
Oh no.
So I have to look and see what year that was. I want to say it was 2016 or 17. I went to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I believe.
I
Yeah,
love that place too. Yes, Gatlinburg. I know that place well.
The Bennington had a reunion. It was a ship that my father was on. My father was on the Benny. Okay. There was a Marine unit there. There was a bunch of Marines. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, all these men were in their 70s. They're at the bar and they're mad dogging each other. And they're giving each other a dirty look. I walked right in the middle of anything. And I was like, are you effing serious? These dudes were about to fight each other. I was like, I'm not going to hold any of you back. Beat the crud out of each other. But like, some Nam-era Navy dudes were still mad dogging some Nam-era Marine dudes. And I looked at my mom. I was like, we're leaving. If they like, we'll go pick them up either at the hospital or at jail.
Right?
But they were still mad after all those years. They were still, and in a weird way, they all were like deployed through Portland and San Diego together. So they, in a weird way, they kind of knew each other, you know. Oh yeah, that was awesome. To see a bunch of old dudes still mad dogging. I was like, bro, all y'all are on AARP. All y'all, every single one of you. And they were bowing up to each other. They're all like on oxygen and stuff. And I'm like, are you serious? This about to be the slowest fight you've ever seen in your life. Oh, they didn't fight.
That's funny.
They didn't fight. They just sat there and drank for the next 10 hours.
Of course. Of course.
Those were fun though. Those like I went to 2 of his reunions. They were fun. Those guys, those non-American guys, they knew how to have fun, aka alcoholism. They knew how to have fun.
Wow.
There's actually a guy named Jack Nelson. He's got to be deep into his 80s. He still comes around every year. He still comes around. Knowing my pops isn't around, he still comes around every year. He's a good guy.
That's nice to have that old family connection.
That ship, they like were really close knit with each other. And out of a certain amount of group of men, only a certain amount came home. So they all stuck with each other for the rest of their life. They like, even if my pops used to say, even the people that didn't like each other, they still called each other once a year. They still alive? Yeah, okay, bye. And they would hang up on each other. Because only us, like he was stationed in Portland and there was thousands of people and only a few of them came home. Have a great night, Lucifer. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh no, I probably should tell him good night too. So I want to say thank you for inviting me, and I will be back. I promise.
You are awesome, and you're
thank
always
you.
invited.
I love you.
I love you
that.
too, Sydney.
And I'll talk
Night,
to you guys
guys.
later.
Have a great night.
Bye.
I think I've been going for 5.5 hours. I'm so excited though. I'm going to rock my code. I am so excited. Like this code was 100% success.
I like it.
Thank you.
It's wacky.
This is gonna be the Don't Call It a Comeback tour with my coat. When I talk shit to other branches, it's all good fun. If a civilian would try it in my presence, there's no and there's now a Coast Guard person in my ass. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I know exactly what you're saying. Me and my sister don't like each other, but if you say something bad about her, I might fight you. We seriously don't like each other. I have rah Rasputin stuck in my head. I have to end this with showing off my sequins one more time.
Every time you say rah rah, I hear Lady Gaga.
In the video, he has this super red cape. Oh, and this stuff is just.
Oh my!
And I have miles of it. It gets stuck on itself. There we go. Miles of this stuff. So I'm gonna make a cape. I can hear the song already. Oh my gosh. This is this is way more than 4 yards.
Goodness.
I love that guy. He hooks it up. So the Rah Rah Rasputin song, like, oh my gosh, I'm knocking over stuff. He's like rah rah, and when he's doing this, when he opens up his arm, he has a. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you still come around. Yeah, I have known you for 3 years since almost 4 since I first started streaming. You've
Wow.
yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much, Pam. Yeah, Native has been around since the beginning.
Which one was first, native or butterfly?
Native was first, but because Native's been around since I was all up in everyone's business talking about society and not sewing. But Pam has Butterfly has been there since my first like crummy caftan, since like my first like my you know what, I need to do a redemption video for a caftan.
Okay.
Because I put a video out that should not have been out, and I kept it up to like say I was trying. At least I was trying. Because it was a crummy caftan, and like I had society. I had I still have miles of drapes. I don't know why. I kind of have an idea why, but my pops would hoard drapes. I mean, drapes and all. Just he was a compulsive shopper. So when he passed away, I was like, I have to do something with this, and so I tried to make a caftan out of drapes. Drapes are the worst material to work with,
Yeah, they're heavy
and they're
stiff.
stringy.
Yeah.
Oh, I ruined
Maybe
a
just
sewing
rotate.
machine.
Oh no.
It was growing pains, though. Growing pains. I learned, you know.
Maybe you can use the drapes to make some chair covers.
I've like used a bunch for blackouts. Like I completely blacked out the middle bedroom / closet. I blacked out my bedroom. Isaiah's more of like a nature boy, so he wants light.
What? Light.
Oh yeah, he's funny that way. It makes me laugh. I I feel my age when I ask do you work for the power company? And I'm like, oh, I'm old because I'm annoyed right now. I still have all my videos up. Shows how far we've come. Absolutely. And I'm so glad you said that, because like I every once in a while I'll go back and look at my old videos and I'm like, oh, I've come a long.
I was looking.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, just I was looking at a bunch of like tips and things on making better videos and stuff you can do to improve. And I was looking and I'm like, okay, yeah, my first video, I should have done this and I should have done this. And, you know, if I were doing it all again, editing it all again, you know, give it a more snappy intro. And I was like, well, you know, that's all well and good, but it's not bad for a first video, but definitely know what I'm going to do for the next one.
There were 2 YouTubers who, one who's like semi-famous, but he would always say like, just make a video because it's gonna suck. He would always say that, and I'd always be like, my videos don't stink. And I look back and I was like, man, I could smell those from down the street. You know, like, I look back and I'm like, okay, they were stinky, you know, but like, and then there was another YouTuber who I really respect this person. But they were like, what are you scared of? Just put it out.
Being stinky?
Put it out. Like, just put it out. And you know what? They would all, and I'm covering my heart because they're such a good person. And they told me, like, you know what? No matter what, somebody's going to watch your video. And they were right. I didn't think anyone was going to watch my video. And here we are, you know?
Here we are.
My videos that are not sewing videos do better than my sewing videos. but that people want to know things about you. That's one thing I need to start doing too, because I need to start, you know, I'm always like, I'm a goal-oriented person, so I'm like, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. But like, there's someone I really respect. She comes out and she's like, "Here are my November plans," and I'm like, "You plan stuff out? Wait a minute, like you write things down and plan them out? Like, wait a minute, I just go to the fabric store and I'm like, I'm gonna make a caftan, I'm gonna make a cape. Like, I decide while I'm looking, like
Yeah. I mean, I think that's how a lot of people sew. So
oh, that's so funny, Pam. That is so funny. I have a really weird video about that solar thing that I made in the shop, like extremely bored one day. I have a few videos out, but when I do you know what my problem was is that I came from a very hardcore political sect, and so a lot of my opinions ticked people off, and so when I branched off into sewing, all that baggage came with me. And I stand by everything I've ever said. I don't not like anybody. I wish everybody well. I wish bad upon nobody at all. I hope everyone succeeds, but a lot of the stuff came with me,
mm.
whether
But
it was warranted or not.
I mean, we have so many different ways that we could do things, and we have so many different people from different walks of life. Like, there's not any one thing that's going to please absolutely everybody. And so you say something and you're inevitably going to piss people off. And so then, like, you can't help but make people mad. So then you have to, like, I don't know where I'm going with this,
No,
but
I get it.
It's not surprising that people got mad because that's the topic, is the subject.
And we all, and I've just learned though, because regardless of my opinion, I can still see the other person across the aisle, and not everyone's like that. So I've learned to shut my mouth because some people live their politics hardcore. I don't wear them to where they wear me out. But I respect other people, I got like 100 views in a day on one of my oldest, most poorly edited Pastor Blaster vids. I don't even know why. I look back at my other videos like, how did this get 8,000 views? I have a mini sewing machine video that's like 8,000 and climbing, and I'm like, that was one of my worst edited videos ever. And my original, one of the reasons I redid my mini sewing machine is because this room was empty. I'm like, it was like one of my first videos. My hair's parted to the both sides. I'm like, welcome to my YouTube channel. Let's go sewing. Like, I was so half scared, like 5,000 or 6,000 views. And I was like a deer in the headlights in those videos, But now I'm like, welcome to my channel. Let's go. So reading a Dogman book, working on electrical for a light, fixing a flat tire, just to name a few. I watched that entire stream when you the famous dryer stream. I just sat there. I was like, Pam needs a cape. I'm gonna make you a cape, Pam, because you are my superhero. Like, oh, it's so funny. I have a few things I need to fix. I might do a stream like that where I'm like, all right, we're gonna fix this. I can't talk. Let me try to. The dryer is famous. I'll stop bringing it up, Pam. But I am so impressed. I am so impressed. Like, you have. I only know two. Because I know all kinds of vendors. All kinds of vendors because of my job. I only knew 2 appliance people who work on washers and dryers professionally. It's kind of a lost skill.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is.
Especially, oh, thank you, Pam. Thank you. I was just in awe. I was honestly in awe. Like, I admire that because I'm that kind of person. Like, okay, I don't know how this works, but I'm gonna take it apart piece by piece and figure it out. I do that with the the funny thing is with newer sewing machines, I'm like that, or older ones. But if I don't know what I'm doing, I'm like, we're gonna figure it out together. If not, I'll go on YouTube and watch someone who's already done it. That's how I figured out my garage door. I just put in the brand in YouTube, and there was a bunch of videos that popped up, and they
That's
showed
the way
me.
to do it.
Oh yeah, and they showed me how to fix it, how to rechain it, and everything. And I didn't know, but through trial and error, I figured it out. I think sometimes that's how you have to do it. But it's different though, because like with my truck, I can do that. With my car, it's nothing but batteries and computers.
Mm.
All right, it's getting late everywhere else except for where we live, right?
I mean, it depends on what you consider late.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have anything that you'd like to show?
I don't think so. Just my short and my video. If anyone has not seen them yet, jump on in.
Oh, nerdy, you come right at the end. Because you're waking up when we're going to bed. Right at the end. Awesome. How's it going, nerdy? We've been going for a while. I obsessively hoard computers, nerdy. I should have my computer stream so everyone can make fun of me because I have an Apple laptop from 2012. I have a desktop from I think 2014-ish, 2015-ish that still works. One from, how old are you? 2017, I think. Which in computers is like ancient.
Do you have any of the like super old ones? Because I
I
think
have an
people
Apple
would like
IIe.
to. Yeah, you should fire that up. People would like to see that.
I might start crying though. I grew up playing Reader Rabbit, Wheel of Fortune on that thing. That
Oh
thing
wow!
brings back memories. Like I can see DOS run. I know about that. Like I speak that language. I speak Apple IIe. They taught us all those weird backdoor Apple IIe programs in elementary school.
Back when you used to be able to type too fast and jam up the computer.
I've got one from the 1980s too. That's my era. Like, oh, I still have all the floppy disks and everything. I would legitimately probably cry if I turned that thing on. Because I remember like my pops even set one up. He was like, I'm tired of you going through mine. So he like set up another one next to his desk. Apple IIe. Oh, Apple IIes are, I love the 80s technology. I'm a geek for the 80s technology. But tomorrow we'll be around on Phoenix's channel, so you guys should all check out Phoenix Electra Circus, and I'll be back on Monday. Same bad time, same bad channel. So a CRT, no. But I have like, what else? I have an IBM printer. I still have the paper with the side, that you feed into the teeth that holds on the both side. Oh yeah, I have all kinds of crazy stuff from that era. I need to go through that. So we're going on almost 6 hours. I have to end this. We're going full Elvis tonight. I want to thank everybody who's been here throughout this stream. Oh, wrong side. It took me a while, but I made a beautiful patchy coat. I'll be making a video about it. I'll be back on Monday. We'll be back tomorrow. I hope everyone has a great evening, a great morning. I thank you so much for joining me. Honestly, you guys are awesome. So, like I always say, thank you for joining me. I know Nerdy's waking up and we're all going to sleep. I absolutely appreciate you guys. So, like I always say, reinforce your scenes, be yourself, and I will definitely